make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner, does the damage.
Hello and welcome back. It is time for us to get right back into it. It is time for us, of course, to kick off the second day of league play. Now, if you're just joining us yesterday, we had an absolutely fantastic time with teams stepping up to the challenge, stepping up to the plate, and bringing in some absolutely fantastic PUBG action. Of course, my name is EK, and with me, taking us through the action is going to be Esproxy. Esproxy, how are you doing today?
I'm super excited for what we're going to be seeing today. Obviously, yesterday was a bit of a surprising day. Some of the teams doing better than they would have wanted, and some of the teams really giving themselves quite a pressureful situation for today. So I'm keen to see how they're going to handle, and hopefully, if they're going to be making it to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, today is going to be a very, very important day for all the teams participating. And of course, you know, today is going to be the deciding day to see which teams are going to be the teams moving through into that Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend. And well, if we base the performances, today's performances potentially on what we saw coming in from just yesterday, we're going to be in for quite a bit of a ride because the teams, as I've said before, they've stepped up to the plate, they've stepped up to the challenge, and they were super keen to get themselves ready and prepped to roll right into the action. Now, this is what makes it so exciting because, you know, today is going to be that decider. The teams will have their final 4 maps to go through. And we also bring in a little bit of a change up. Yesterday, we did have a little bit more of an Erangel heavy day, whereas today we're going to be changing it over on towards a more Miramar heavy day, almost said happy day. But of course, speaking about all of that, we have to first give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split. So as you know, today, as we said, is going to be quite the big day. Now, what expectations do you have coming into today's matches?
Look, there were a few teams that were really standing out on Miramar, and now I think they're going to have a happy day. As you were going to say, DK, they're having an absolutely happy day because now they have an opportunity to really showcase what they've got. So for the teams that were really kicking it off with Miramar, I think they're going to be the ones that are going to kick it high. So I'm thinking about G3 Temper, I'm thinking about Cryptics as well. Obviously, huge plays coming through from them. But you also have to consider, do they really have to invest that much in today? They just need to make sure they crush that threshold and make it into the Super Weekend. Whereas we've got 4 teams that are having a little bit of pressure, and those are the teams that are really going to have to push on a very long distance map. So I don't know. For me, I think it might be some dire stress for some of the teams, but hopefully they'll be able to adapt.
Well, as we can see on screen, of course, we are currently in the league play section of that. So each map, we'll be seeing 4 of our 5 groups participating in that. So as I said before, there's going to be 5 matches, as we also saw on the graphic there. It is going to be Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, and then, of course, another Erangel Miramar right after that. So today's going to be the final day of those league plays. Just a quick reminder of those maps, once again, as we can currently see them on the screen. So, you know, yesterday we had some heavy hitters rolling in. That first chicken, of course, you know, making its way on through. And some really strong, persistent plays coming into the mix as well. Now, I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing here today. As we know, there's quite a bit that happened just in yesterday's matches, with Lusail picking up that first winner chicken dinner. That second one, as soon as we went over on towards Miramar, heading straight over to the players there from G3. And then we had a little bit of a swap around as we made our way through with a back-to-back chicken going over on towards Cryptics. So already a really strong performance coming in there from the side of Group A, Group B, and then, of course, Group C as well. But now we need to wait and see what the rest of the teams are going to be bringing in, because we have not had any team from Group D or Group E stepping up to the challenge and grabbing themselves one of those chicken dinners. Team Uniquely, of course, being one of the other teams that also were able to sneak in one of those cheeky chickens in our final match of the day. So coming into today, we're going to have some high expectations, but I'm particularly focusing on the teams over in Group D and Group E to come in with a few strong plays. You know, we want to see those chickens not only being distributed among the teams, but also among the groups. And, well, one of the ways that they are going to be also ensuring that they finish quite strongly on that leaderboard to make up for those slots into the Super Weekend is going to be through utilizing the point system. As we can see, the standard point system coming in there, 15 points starting off for that chicken dinner, trickling all the way down to 13th to 16th place, where they don't get awarded any placement points, but the ever essential, ever important one elimination equaling 1 point. Now, we saw some heavy hitters coming in with the players there from Lusail in the first match yesterday, bringing in 15 elims. And the more the teams push their way through and the higher they rank up on that, of course, the more money they will also be able to bring into the bank. So all 20 teams participating in the league stage is going to walk away with some money in the bank, right? Of course, at the end of the event, our MVP will be awarded an additional $1,000. And of course, we have the $22,500 being spread out across the available chicken dinners during the Super Weekend. And of course, if we look over on towards that right-hand side, that is what the teams stand to win when they move up into those finals. So definitely, aside from the privilege and the pride and the title going along with winning the PMPL, there's also quite a substantial amount of cash, or quite a substantial amount of money that can be brought into the bank there. And the teams, you know, are going to be walking away quite satisfied regardless of, you know, how the PMPL went.
No, exactly that. And as we mentioned, you know, those winner chicken dinners, they really get spicy. They really get tasty going over to the Super Weekend. I mean, $500 for every single winner chicken dinner that you accumulate over Super Weekend, which you want to do because, as we've mentioned, those points are the ones that are going to catapult you into the finals. Only the Super Weekend points count towards getting you into that final spot. So for these league day plays, and especially for the teams that are finding themselves at the bottom of that overall ranking page, they're the teams that have serious pressure as we go into the last 5 days of the first week of league play. Because, you know, if they were one of the teams to hold back just a little bit, you know, as we made the joke, you know, maybe pushing their chickens, you know, in their basket and hiding them away just for a little while, they're going to feel the pressure today. And as we've mentioned before, that mental game taking you through into that last day, having that added bit of pressure. If another team goes and takes your winner chicken dinner out from under you, it starts to chip away. So I'm hoping that the teams are prepared for that eventuality potentially, or maybe they are going to surprise us completely.
Well, we'll have to wait and see exactly which way it is going to be going, right? Because we are starting the day off over on towards Miramar. So if we look back to Miramar's first games yesterday, it was a really strong performance coming in there from the side of G3, with Buren being the final player left in there for his team. And he just clutched it out with an absolutely fantastic play. And in fact, as we saw over on social media, also, Buren was one of the top fraggers coming in just yesterday. So we had G3 Temba, Team Umbra, Cryptics, as well as Lusail being in the top 5 fraggers. Now, that is quite an impressive amount of elims they were also able to bring in throughout the entirety of yesterday. So I'm curious to see whether or not there's going to be any major changes coming into that, whether we're going to have any other players or teams potentially stepping up and bringing in some absolutely boss level plays. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see what is going to be on the tables here. And there's a lot still of changes, though, that the teams can bring in. Now, speaking, of course, of the changes, we are going to be hopping into our overall rankings to get a good idea of where the teams are starting off today. Now, Lusail, as we know, sitting right there at the top, currently on 63 points. And it's a nice little bit of a lead that they've been able to gather there for themselves. The absolute consistency that they were showing in yesterday's matches, just doing absolute wonders there for them. Of course, the players there from Cryptics with their 2 back-to-back chickens, just a few points behind them, 7 points behind Lusail. Then, of course, we also have Team Umbra, one of the other heavy hitters we know. Also, Next Level, sitting in that 4th position. And it's interesting to see Team Umbra and Next Level occupying that 3rd and 4th place ahead of G3. And, of course, both those teams, neither of them have been able to find any chickens just yet. And that's only based on the first 4 matches. But anything can change in the next upcoming 4 matches there for them. But definitely it's looking pretty close. But particularly what's quite exciting is looking at the second page, because we know only the top 16 teams are going to be moving through. And the point distribution we have on the second page is this is still very, very neck and neck.
Absolutely. And we were talking about it yesterday. I mean, if we're going down all the way from 12th place, we're talking about 26, 25, 23, 2019. It's not a lot of points. It's one good game that we saw Zero Tolerance pull off yesterday that can shoot you up all the way from potentially dead last up until that middle point. And I still think that that's mostly possible, especially when we go down to the latter half of the overall rankings. So this can still I don't know. I think it can drastically change as we're taking a look at it. But as we've mentioned, that last page, those are the teams currently in the danger zone because the line ends with virtual gaming. Every team after that, including Team Myth, SWAT 69, Mad Knight, and Triple Esports, are currently not in contention to join us for the first Super Weekend, which we said this time and time again would be an absolute bummer. So my eyes are going to be on them today to bring the heat, to bring the performance that they potentially have been hiding and really pick up the points. Unfortunately, they will have to kick someone else out of their spot, but that's okay. We want to see the action coming through.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite exciting because, you know, as we've been mentioning now, it is pretty close. But I mean, having a little bit of a closer look, there is only a slither of points separating the teams being able to get through into the Super Weekend. And I mean, if we look, and I'm being honest in my opinion here, I think definitely from that 11th, 12th position all the way down to 20th, right? None of that is secured just yet. We've seen these teams not only in the PMPL but also in the events leading up to the PMPL that there's quite a bit of potential in these teams, right? They have the capability, they possess the skills to just bring in some absolutely mind-blowing performances. Now, the only thing that I'm curious to see is, are they going to decide to start doing that today? Because if they don't, they're going to miss out on an absolutely fantastic opportunity to move through into that first Super Weekend. And we've seen this on the other PMPLs, right? The teams who have the opportunity to get into the first Super Weekend, they stand a little bit of a better chance with regards to raking in those points and getting through into those qualifying positions to inch them way closer to the finals, right? But again, nothing is for certain. Nothing is 100% given. Anything can change, and who knows? Maybe it could be a complete swap round, complete change round moving into the second Super Weekend. But it's going to be super important for today for teams to maintain the focus, keep their eyes on the prize. Well, that was a bit of a play on words, I guess, and you know, make sure that they find themselves in one of those top 16 positions. So I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing because I'm expecting a lot of carnage on the battlefield.
I also think so. And you were talking about it, the teams that get into that first Super Weekend, and we've mentioned it briefly, they're riding that momentum train. They're riding the hype train all the way to the end, all the way to the finals. Because if you lay down, and we've said this word so many times yesterday, and we're probably going to say it many more times today, if you lay a fantastic foundation, you can just build and build and build on top of that until you get further than any other team would have. And that is about consistency. And if you can somehow, some way, consistently get those Super Weekends, I don't see anyone that's going to stop you from getting into the finals. So I am also hoping that the teams are going to bring out all the stops. I mean, yes, there is something to say for, maybe keeping your best strats for last, maybe keeping them for those Super Weekends, maybe keeping them for those finals, but you at least have to get into the Super Weekends. So I don't know, DK, this one's going to be chaotic.
Well, I gotta say, I'm also quite curious to see what the teams are gonna bring in to try and potentially counteract the Cryptics, right? Because we saw Cryptics yesterday, back-to-back chicken. It was at some point that things just went, you know what? We're gonna play now. Now it is time for us to step up. Now we're just gonna, just gonna flex a little bit. They didn't go full out just yet, right? They were just flexing a little bit. So like, you know what? Remember who we are. We are the Cryptics. We're going to come in. We're going to bring in some devastating performances. And that is exactly what they did. But I kind of like it though, because if the Cryptics kind of set the bar at a point, right? The rest of the lobby will have to kind of step up. And the reason why I'm singling out the Cryptics here is because other teams we have participating here, they've been able to make it all the way through, as we said before, all the way up in towards the PMGC, the Global Championships. Now, that is quite the accomplishment in and of itself. So definitely it is setting the expectation there. It is setting the bar. So I'm curious to see what the other teams are going to do to try and kind of combat the strategies that Cryptics could potentially be bringing to that battlefield.
Yeah, and we've mentioned it before yesterday as well. Cryptics was one of the most proactive teams that we saw. I still can't get this image out of my head where I was watching the minimap and I was just watching a line of Cryptics pushing every single one of the last 4 teams into a corner and taking them out bit by bit by bit. I mean, they were by far, especially towards those latter halves and on Miramar's specifically, which is one of the maps that we're seeing quite heavily shown in today's roster. They were gunning. They were absolutely just going every which way and getting as many kills as they possibly could. So they really thrived on a Miramar. So now, when we're on a Miramar heavy roster schedule for today, how are the teams now going to react to that, and how are they going to adjust to that? And we saw quite a few teams also trying that initial aggression and it not working quite how they would have wanted it for them. I mean, Mad Knights is one of the first teams that comes to mind. They get really good kills, starting us off, and then unfortunately filter off towards the rest of the map. So I want to see the changes coming through today.
I gotta agree with you. I mean, Mad Knights had a very interesting approach in their gameplay yesterday. We saw them on several maps, getting caught up in a lot of those early game engagements. So potentially, maybe we could see them, trying some different drop locations, or if they are deciding to go into those early drop spots and they do find themselves having to share occupation of those compounds, whether or not they're going to potentially try and get some earlier rotations, because it's been quite costly for them. I mean, currently we see them sitting all the way over in that 19th place, and they were only able to find 7 eliminations across their 4 matches that they participated in yesterday. So definitely hoping to see a little bit of growth on that front and see the teams potentially trying to push that envelope a little bit further, because there was quite a few instances of pure genius coming in yesterday's game. So I'm curious to see whether or not there's going to be even more of an expansion than coming into today's 4 or 5 matches.
I don't know how else to tell you about this.
So if any one of you were wondering what it is that Ez was doing right there, she was reminding me of things, because I'm old, I forget sometimes, right? But of course, we gotta give a big shout out there to Oppo with their Reno Stick series. So upgrade your performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno Stick series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, it's really great to see so many brands getting involved. I said this yesterday and I'm going to say it again today. It's great to see so many brands being involved, and this is one of the ways that we can help kind of grow the esports scene in Africa, really starting to shine a light. And based on the performances we saw coming in from the teams just yesterday, there is a lot of potential in the region. I mean, I was looking at the chat as well from yesterday, and there were some people that were saying, wow, these matches are actually lit. They're actually on fire. It is actually happening. And it is. Yes. I have to 100% agree. It is absolutely fantastic and phenomenal to see these teams just stepping up and performing at the level that they are performing. And take into consideration that was only day 1. There's going to be a lot of growth coming through in the remaining weeks. So the teams are just going to go up and up from this point. They're just going to start improving their performances even more. And I'm super excited to see where that is going to lead these teams.
It's exactly that. And you mentioned, Cryptics forcing some of the other teams to adapt their gameplay, but the whole of PMPL Africa is forcing the teams to do that work, to go behind the scenes, to, put in a little bit more research, maybe change up a couple strategies, try a couple of new things and adjust, because now all of a sudden, the competitive level that they've been expected to play at up until this point has gone up, and it keeps going up, and they have an opportunity to keep going further and further and further. And that experience is always going to filter back into the continent and breed more talent and breed new talent coming through in the later seasons, in the next years. And it's a cycle and a ripple effect that cannot be stopped once it gets started. So I really am so excited to see that, PMPL has been brought to Africa. We've got the first PMPL Africa in 2022, and DK, we're starting off with the first map of day number 2.
Yeah, and it is going to be quite exciting, as we know. And as we can see, we are making our way right over on it towards the ever lovely Miramar. We've got that flight path starting all the way up in towards those northern reaches, heading straight down across the map. Actually crossing over Power Grid and Picardo along the way. And we do see a few teams already starting with those early pushes out, looking to set themselves up in the early game. And of course, if you forgot what the overall standings look like, you can currently see them on the left side there of the screen while we wait for the teams to start moving down into their drop locations. But definitely looking at where this flight path is, it is going to be quite a comfortable start for the teams. Nothing really major to worry about, but I'm quite curious to see what we're going to have with regards to that first initial flight path.
Yeah, that first initial flight path with the zone coming through, we might be seeing something a little bit crazy. Maybe it's going to be going up to that northeastern side there by Terra Bronca, and now, you know, the teams are stuck in an infinite loop of rotations as they have to take it through. Or maybe, hey, you never know, maybe we might end up at prison. I don't know, just throwing it out there. Might be a little crazy. I'd like to see it. But it's all going to depend on how that zone's going to pull. And so far, I mean, we talked about the spread. Oh, there it is, DK. Look at that.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. We want to see some craziness coming through with that eastern zone, eastern flight path. Yes, the zone all the way over onto the east. So we do see a nice concentration of teams already pushing over towards the western side. So those rotations are going to allow for some interesting positions to be occupied. And I'm curious to see who's going to be moving towards Impala, potentially even Junkyard, and maybe even as far as Puerto, that we have all the way on that eastern coastline.
Yeah, definitely some great positions available for some of the teams if they were to take this opportunity to really take an early rotation. I'm already seeing a little bit of action going down, unfortunately, against Intruder Africa, as they do seem to be losing a player. They might be close to a few of the other teams that are dropping in on their position right now. So some early contention starting us off with. I do see G3 Temper somewhere in the mix there, so we might be seeing a little bit of craziness going through. And as I say that, so G3 Temper just around San Martin here, getting closer and closer to looking for some contentions. But starting us off with the looting phase, I think the spread is pretty decent. I mean, most of the teams, we've got them in the zone, right? It's not a super far rotation. I only really see zero tolerance that are all the way to ruins, but other than that, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a healthy spread for the time being. I mean, we do have a little bit of a concentration of teams up in towards San Martin, as you've rightly pointed out. So, but if we look a little bit further down to like Los Leones, La Bendita, it is quite open and there's a lot of space still there for teams to try and move all the way down into those positions. So we'll have to wait and see what the rotations are going to be bringing in on that front. But for the time being, there could be quite a bit of action coming in right here towards San Martin and potentially even Hacienda del Patron, as we do see the players there from Intruder off in the distance, while Team Unique over here just trying to go about their business, grab some loot before looking to move themselves out in a little bit more of an advantageous position.
You know, you mentioned Team Unique and Intruder. I do see Romeo currently a little bit sandwiched if we're taking a look at it. I mean, it's one beautiful teal dot in a sea of yellow at the moment, and if we're not careful, we might be seeing another player dropping here for Intruders, which wouldn't be a great start because the rest of the team is rotating on through. So as we take a look at it, we might be seeing some early contention. And, you know, as we've mentioned, for some of the teams, I understand wanting to take those early fights. I understand wanting to get those early kill points because we need to lay a good foundation. As we mentioned, you know, Team Myth, SWAT 69, Mad Knight, and Triple Esports. Those are the 4 teams currently in danger and currently in the hot seat, looking for those extra points wherever they can get them. And I don't know about you, DK, but if it was if you were in their boots, would you be taking those early contentions, or rather just focusing for maybe a more passive placement style game that we saw coming through from Lusail yesterday?
I would never like to use the word passive, right? Well, it works
Calculated.
most of the times. Yes, calculated is I think in my opinion just a little bit more of a more appropriate term to be using, right? Because I do believe that there's a lot of thought that had been put into the positions and the kind of rotations that these teams are utilizing. Hence my reference to, you know, the calculated decisions that they are making, whether that be them playing a more passive approach or playing an overly aggressive approach. It is still, at the end of the day, going to be a calculated approach, right? If we're being honest about it. But ideally, I'd like to see the teams playing a more strategic approach, right? Planning for those later zones, looking at ways that they can set themselves up to ensure that they will be able to secure a position moving into those later phases and really utilizing their terrain knowledge. Because let's be honest, these teams have been around the block quite a few times, and we know that they have played these maps a ridiculous amount of times, right? So they know how to rotate, they know where to go, but now it just comes down to whether or not they are making the right decisions on those rotational locations and those pathways that they are going to be using to have themselves set up in the coming phases.
I like that. I like that. You know, you carefully danced around the question, but I like it. I like it going through to this one. I mean, I had to put you in the hot seat at least once or twice, and I'm probably going to do it again. But looking at the rotations coming through with that first blue zone, it's going to force the issue for a few of our teams. I mean, I'm taking a look still at Zero Tolerance, who are way out in the distance. They're still getting close to Crater. We've got Super Young Stars and Next Level, Team Myth, and just towards the bottom, they're very, very close to Minas del Val. We've got Cryptics, who still have to get themselves into zone, and I don't know, the pathing that they can take, I feel like might be quite congested if they are going to end up there towards San Martin, maybe even Power Grid or closer to Picado. We might be again seeing a little bit of danger, but you know, we were talking about great positions available. I love where SWAT 69 have found themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just looking at that as you said it, and I mean that is a beautiful decision for them to make, to push all the way down in towards Puerto. But we were talking about hot seats, right? And we do see a few teams a little bit further up into the zone, that being a place here from Darkness and of course Blackjack, potentially being put in a little bit of a hot seat, as we do see Manuel already tapping away towards Zane. But Manuel, he's just going to try and hold off behind the wall. But I'm liking the plays coming through here from the side of Blackjack, right? So they're not exerting too much aggression just yet. Still just trying to get a good lay of the land, trying to put themselves in ideal positions. And this is kind of the approach that I want to see for a lot of the teams here. You know, just make use of the knowledge that they've gained, right? Because they came in with those strategies, but now it all comes down to how they are going to be implementing those. We can hear those shots going off, and of course right here up alongside them, we do see the pressure now starting to mount as the players from Team Umbra also get right up and involved in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, hearing all of those shots, you can't blame them for being a little tempted just to find out, get some more information, and peek around the ridgeline there. So, of course, they're going to be finding themselves looking down the scope there for Blackjack. And, I mean, if we're looking at the players still alive, it's only really Blackjack and Intruders that have unfortunately been feeling, you know, a little bit of the pressure here, down to, of course, 3 members up against the entirety of Team Umbra, who seem a little bit hungry for this one. You know, they were one of the teams that were really going for the kills. I mean, we were talking about kill leaders. They've got 2 of their players in the top 5, teams, players that got the most eliminations yesterday. So maybe they're looking to just increase that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, momentum definitely being quite an essential part to the success for the teams here. And already we do see the players here from Umbra now applying quite a bit of pressure as they come pushing forward. But Lelouch sneaking a beautiful one right through on towards Morteza. And Shadowin and Wasted now having to, you know, dance around the problem that they could be running into. Because Blackjack, as we know, in the Africa scene, they are also quite a formidable force. But Umbra, don't disregard them for 1 second. Umbra showed us yesterday, and also in the qualifiers leading up into the PMPL Africa, that they are definitely a team to watch out for. And we've seen them also participating in several other tournaments as well. So definitely a lot of experience coming through on the side here of Team Umbra. You can see the way that they are moving about, the way that they are just utilizing the space available to them. And they've actually been able to kind of trap the players here from Blackjack as they now start with their push coming on in. Blackjack, of course, down to 2. It is going to be MG and Lelouch trying to hold on. And here we have the inevitable about to happen. MG looking super comfortable, looking to just break down the numbers here. The players from Umbra, of course, also now being put on an even playing field, as both Blackjack and Umbra have been reduced down to 2 apiece. But yeah, Z actually getting caught up by the molly there in Darkness, just hanging around in the background. But this is what we love to see. Blackjack now being actually put in such a beautiful position. But are they going to utilize this to maybe get the finishing hits up in towards Umbra?
Yeah, the feed is not looking too great for Team Umbra. Maybe a few too many mollies being involved here, but absolutely a fantastic opportunity here for Blackjack Esports if they can hold the line and actually take that contention all the way to the doorsteps there of Team Umbra, who have reset. They're back up to 2 players, fully healed and fully ready for this fight, and the nades just quite aren't connecting. But you mentioned it, they've trapped them right now in this building, and Blackjack Esports are desperately trying to find an angle out of this one. They've already taken down 2, which, I mean, let's be honest, a 4v2, just taking down 2 alone, getting those 2 eliminations, that's already good enough. Now to get a team wipe and get maybe closer and closer out of that danger zone that is the 13th to 16th position where you're not going to get any placement points, that's just going to be the cherry on top. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to actually get out of this.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of options really for them currently with the rotational pass, unless, of course, Blackjack now uses the obstruction the building is actually causing here. But we do see their vehicles currently positioned right towards the players there from Umbra. So the vehicle option, it's going to be a difficult one. Whether or not they're going to try and stay and fight, we'll have to wait and see. But we also now see the players there from SWAT 69 also just venturing off into the distance there. They're just getting a little bit closer. I'm pretty sure they heard a few of those shots going off. So we did see Twix rotating up behind them. And yesterday, Twix was also bringing in a pretty beautiful performance. So, I mean, this could quickly turn into quite a spicy spot to be fighting it. Oh, and that is exactly what happens. There we go. SWAT 69 stepping up and just capitalizing on their position, tapping away at Umbra. Now, this is beautiful for Blackjack because they can use the pressure being applied onto Umbra to actually try and reposition and maybe get out of that compound.
Absolutely. SWAT 69 being the saving grace here for Blackjack Esports, applying that pressure, just throwing a couple of shots, and they're not fully engaging, which is what I really like. You know, they're keeping it a long distance engagement. They've got a beautiful angle on Team Umbra, so they have no reason to fully throw in their players and risk potentially losing some of those numbers. But PRZ somehow, some way managed just to get behind that ridge line, so there might be a little bit of hope for Team Umbra yet, as we do see that zone closing on through, all of the teams safe and sound within the zone, which I'm happy to see. Oh, DK, what is that zone?
Well, it is a bit of a spanner in the works. And now this is where things are going to get super, super interesting. Because if we look down, Cryptics, they are just zone blessed at this point in time, right? They find themselves in an absolutely fantastic position. Also not really positioned within Los Leones itself. Those city fights are going to be something to try and avoid. But, well, we might not have any other choice. As we can see, quite a few teams positioned currently up on towards the northern side. And at this point, I'm curious to see who's going to try and move into the high ground positions surrounding Los Leones. Because we've seen in previous events, teams who move into those positions have quite an advantage working towards them. Now, it is all going to come down to whether teams will be able to utilize the knowledge of these different locations. But already, Intruder having a few taps come their way. And look at the Skydo looking super eager to pick up some of those elims. But there we have it. Our first team actually getting sent away. Team Unique. Off they go, ready to wait for the next one. And of course, now it is down to only 15 remaining teams. We are slowly making our way through this phase. The blue zone, of course, now also starting to close on in, adding its own level of pressure to these teams. But this is where things are going to get tough. I mean, Los Leones, it's not 100% confirmed on that exact position. But you do see the rotation of the teams definitely starting to anticipate the zone potentially moving in that direction.
Absolutely. I mean, such a pull towards that southern position. You can't blame all of the teams literally getting into their vehicles and just hightailing it close as possible to Los Leones. And as you mentioned, this is where it gets chaotic because we literally just saw Team Unique, unfortunately, going down to G3 Temper due to that rotation. I mean, they both rotated at the same time. They were relatively close. And then as they push into the zone, they're shoulder to shoulder, and one team has to go, unfortunately. So I'm still watching. We've got Mad Knight, we've got Super Young Stars very, very close to each other. Of course, we had Zero Tolerance and Intruder having a little bit of a stare down competition as they were trying to get through, which somehow, some way, unfortunately for Intruders, once again, they're losing numbers. And for many of the other teams, very, very close rotations as they're heading into Los Leones. So, DK here for many of these teams, I think we're going to start seeing them drop to that play zone.
Well, we'll have to wait, because it is only third phase blue, so it's not doing too much damage. They can still afford to ride the blue for a little while longer, but once we get towards that fifth phase, that is where you have to start avoiding the blue as much as you possibly can. But speaking about rotations now, we do see the players there from 1 million already currently positioned within the zone, with the players there from Zero Tolerance coming up right behind them. But of course, Intruder also still trying to push all the way in, but up north, things are still looking pretty tough. We have the players there from Mad Knight, as well as the team there from the Super Young Stars, and of course, hard on their heels, we do see Lusail still riding that blue storm, but a beautiful shift moving away from the city. Oh, that is a beautiful change. I mean, G3 already in position. Cryptics now also just advancing their own position. Next level already positioned there as well, alongside the players from Myth was so close. And I think it's going to be quite essential for the teams we have already in the zone to get themselves set up, because we're going to see quite a big migration as the teams now start advancing their way in from particularly the northern side of the zone.
I think migration is putting it lightly. You know, I'm just watching the minimap and I'm just seeing a sheer of color moving towards that zone, desperately trying to find a spot here. And as we were talking about, getting the teams that are already in the zone set up on those high-rise positions, they're going to have such beautiful visibility and literally just pull a snake eyes and peek at every single player that they can possibly find. And that is the beauty of Miramar. But turning our attention here to Super Young Stars and Lusail, who unfortunately it doesn't look too good for Super Young Stars as they're trying to make their rotation, and they're running right past Blackjack Esports as well. So many teams right now that can just sit and wait for those rotations and start picking away bit by bit by bit. And I do see triple in the feed as well. So unfortunate eliminations going to those teams who, as we've mentioned, have some of the pressure on Team Umbra. I mean, they did so good yesterday with the eliminations, and today, no exception.
Yeah, I mean, Umbra definitely looking to dial it up, and some beautiful shots coming through, as we can see. Two downed players already on the side there of Lusail. The rest of the team kind of trying to decide whether or not they should continue their push all the way up in towards zone, or should they stay around and maybe try put up a fight against the two remaining hopefuls here off the side of Team Umbra. But, I mean, looking at who we have for Umbra, it is going to be Morteza and PRZ. Definitely two phenomenal players, and already Watson experiencing that firsthand, but a beautiful trade-off coming through as Morteza also now gets picked up. It is going to be PRZ going up against Wanted. Beautiful scraping coming in. Let's see who will be the one to clutch it out, and it is Wanted picking it up as Team Umbra gets sent away. At least they were able to bring in those 4 elims, but it's absolutely devastating position to find themselves in, being in that 13 to 16 place.
Yeah, look, they were doing well trying to pick up those points, and here's another team that has been finding themselves in unfortunate situations after unfortunate situations. It's, of course, Intruders, who is down to a solo, running for the absolute hills, trying to get out of the danger zone here being applied by 1 million Esports, who once again, look how close we are to each other, and there's the confirmation going to be coming through. So Intruder will have to wait until the next map to try and pick up some points here. And 12 teams remaining, 12 teams still rotating in, trying to find themselves a good spot to set up for this final zone, or some of the final zones that we have. And as you can see, hates. Unlucky. And as we can see, unfortunately, rotations just aren't going the way that some of these teams would have wanted, DK.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite difficult to really try and pull off. But look at this. Next level now, just trying to stand their ground, trying to set themselves up on the edge, while we still have that blue zone getting ready to pop on over once again. But there we go. We also now see the players there from G3 coming in on the field, in the feed. Blackjack also now having to pack their bags and say goodbye for now. But Cryptics also still holding strong. Myth now right on the edge, as we do see that lovely shift moving a little bit further on towards the eastern side, but predominantly holding on towards the southern edge. And this is where Cryptics are once again just beautifully blessed by zone. So it is going to be an absolute challenge for the teams to try and push in and maybe try and, I don't know, maybe bully their way through into the zone, because I don't see a lot of options really coming through, particularly this western side where we have the players from Next Level currently trying to make a bit of a play here. We got Zero Tolerance as well as Myths, and Myths already having that anchor point set up in zone.
You were talking about the anchor points, and yeah, the bullying that has to happen for any of these teams to find themselves a little bit of safe haven, a little bit of safety within the zone. G3 Tempo also still picking up the absolute chaos. And the solo wanted from Lusail also in the elimination feed there. So they are picking up points after points after points. Everyone hungry to pick up as much as they possibly can. Team Myth here really applying the pressure there towards zero tolerance. They have to keep their heads on a swivel, as we've mentioned, because there might be a few other teams looking to get a piece of the action, which, as we see it, G3 Temper comes flying on through straight into the crosshair here of Moment.
Yeah, but that is not really a position I'd like to see G3 in. A very, very exposed angle for them to try and move into the zone. Maybe they'll start to reposition and maybe hugging the edge of these cliff lines a little bit more, but currently the players here from Team Myth, they are just beautifully positioned, able to just leverage that in their favors. We can see the spray down coming through. Nacho now, of course, bringing in that swivel head movement as you were referring to, but I mean, Myth, they are going to be presenting quite a bit of a challenge. But Cryptics actually are just utilizing their high ground position, spraying down all the way across towards Myth. And this could be a bit of an opening for the players here from G3. As you can see, Buda now getting ready to go at it once again. Broly now focusing his efforts all the way over on towards next level, who we see positioned over on towards that more northern side of the zone. Several players still positioned really close to the blue zone. Of course, the blue now just lighting it up as we can see the players getting taken down one after the other. Mad Knight now also having to pack their bags, but the pressure is definitely going to be pretty dang high as we have the players from Triple still to rotate in, and with that, off they go. And now down to only 6 remaining teams. G3 seriously need to find a way to get out of this current position.
I absolutely agree with you, because yes, we had Cryptics coming, to their safety there, to their saving grace, but for how long are they going to keep their crosshairs trained away from G3 Temper, and when are they actually going to get involved? Same can be said here for Next Level, who just find themselves right behind G3 Temper. So Temper right now sandwiched. You can't even find a better example of being sandwiched between every single possible team you could find within this final zone, and the damage is being dealt and there's space desperately trying to be found. But for how long can G3 Temper hold out with Cryptics pushing on forward?
Oh, here we go. Marshall coming in with that nice how do you do as he steps up, finds a beautiful elim right there, and with that Next Level gets sent right on back. And of course, the players here from SWAT 69 still holding strong. So you can see them currently positioned up on towards that far eastern side. I mean, G3, they still have an ability here to just dodge all those bullets flying down on towards them. I mean, they're still holding strong on 4 players. Yes, 2 of them have been knocked out, but there's no confirmations coming through on that just yet. Of course, our final 5 teams all arriving in the 6th phase, moving into 7th phase, and everybody still rocking a full squad. I'm not quite sure whether or not G3 is going to be able to attend to Nacho, who we see on that far side, still just slowly bleeding out, but the pressure is going to be pretty high. Of course, the players here from Darkness find themselves right up against the players here from the side of Cryptics, and this could be a beautiful game now for the side of Darkness if they utilize this position to perfection.
I was literally just thinking that they've got that high-rise position. They have the ability to put pressure onto Cryptics as they take through, a little bit of those third-party maneuvers, maybe wait for Cryptics to get involved and then pick them off bit by bit by bit. But they also have to be aware that Myth and SWAT 69 are lurking in the shadows somewhere. They need that information currently, as Cryptics is also trying to keep their head on a swivel, because now suddenly they might be the team to be sandwiched here, DK. Look at that. Myth to the side, SWAT 69 right above them, and they need to be dodging Darkness as well.
Ooh. Yeah, that is quite the challenge, really. But of course, the players here from Cryptics also now feeling the pressure already. The first confirmation coming through, Scary Boy gets picked on up. But look at this Lazy Boy just lasering down onto the players there from Darkness. Tornado getting ready to kick up a bit of a storm. Also 3 players now left for the side there of Darkness, but the pressure is mounting. That zone is closing in, and they have to start pushing the envelope. But here we go. SWAT 69 now doing a bit of a dance. Twix getting ready to show us what they've got. Of course, the confirmations now coming through as we can see those elims lighting it up. But here we have Whiskey and the rest of the team now from Darkness getting ready to make a bit of a stand here. Marshall and Lazy Boy now getting caught down in that bowl. Not quite sure if I'm really happy with that position, but we'll have to wait and see what it is that they're going to be doing with that. The pressure continuing to rise. Myth now having a moment, just trying to hold off in the far distance there as Brody gets sent away. The pressure continuing to build. Come on, Manuel trying to pick up a hit with the AWAM. unfortunately not finding that angle just yet. But look at this. The shots continuing to fly on through. SWAT 69 just trying to ride the storm, but the zone now shifting up towards the north. G3 already finding themselves so close to that beautiful position, and this could be another one in the bank for them. Are they going to be able to capitalize on that? Of course, plays here from SWAT 69 looking to bring in a quick rotation, rotating up right alongside the side of Darkness. Let's see who's going to reign supreme here as they do a little bit of a dance. The shots coming through. Oh, the third party hits continuing to fly on in. Who's going to be able to pick it up? Oh, Darkness holding strong for now. The first knock coming in, but look at this. Marshall looking to step up. Down he goes now. Oh, Cryptics in a bit of a bad position here. Lazy Boy is going to be the last one. Not quite sure whether or not the rest is going to come through. El Chapo now feeling the pressure there as Manuel continues to apply those shots. And with that, Team Miss gets sent back. It is down to our final three teams. G3 looking to bring in that first winner chicken dinner. They only have 2 players standing between them and the first chicken of the day.
They've been left to their own devices, and because of that, they've been able to recover and get back all 4 of their players, as you said. Full team going straight to Lazy Boy, finding the first, looking for the second, and there it is. A unanimous win for G3 Tempo with all of their players still alive, happy for that winner chicken dinner. And I mean, if you leave G3 Tempo alone, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, the tempers are going to start flaring. That is what's going to happen. And an absolutely beautiful, beautiful start to day 2 here for the side of G3. I mean, they picked up the first chicken on the first Miramar yesterday. They picked up the first chicken in today's first Miramar. I mean, maybe we have a bit of a trend happening here, but of course, we'd like to see even more of those chickens come through. But absolutely beautiful, beautiful play all the way through. But I gotta give it up. I mean, the players there from Darkness, they held their own. They tried to put up a pretty strong stand, and they did last quite a substantial amount of time there. But also, Cryptics just coming in with those hits. Myths also right in there. I mean, we had 5 teams actually moving in to this final zone. And all of them rocking up to the party with a full squad. I don't know about you, but that to me does really sound like quite the party. And I mean, they just brought in an absolutely fantastic show.
I do think it was fantastic how they got into the zone, and it's just unfortunately as they did, there was maybe a little bit of miscommunication because G3 Tempo I thought was going to be the first team to get taken out. They were sandwiched as anyone ever could be sandwiched. Literally, there was no opportunity for them to get out. But then as the team started shifting their focuses to the other, surrounding teams that were applying that pressure to G3 Tempo, they were left alone. They got all of their reses up, and the teams just started taking them out for them. It's like it was given to G3 Tempo on a silver platter, but they also made it work. They found the proactive timing to really push in and get those kills. And I like what you said. There were so many teams that managed to stay alive when, again, they had no reason to. Darkness specifically, I mean, I was just waiting for that car to blow up, and then bam, that was going to be it.
Yeah, but definitely some interesting decisions being made there. But a very interesting approach we saw coming through. I mean, in yesterday's first Miramar match, right, Erangel, they were able to hold on with all 4 players, right? And the moment they were able to move into that zone with all 4 players, we knew something was up. Because that's exactly what they did yesterday. We did see them also just yesterday when we moved into those late few phases. They started to rotate into a beautiful opening in the zone. And that is what they did right here again today. Now, looking back at the second Miramar from yesterday, yes, things were a little bit differently. They got taken out all the way over towards, I believe it was the Impala side, where things are quite challenging, right? But once you give them the opportunity to establish a good position, that is where they really start to flourish. Now, I'm curious to see how that is going to translate into the next section. But of course, speaking about that, let's have a quick look at a few of the highlights from this absolutely fantastic match that we had happening. Some absolutely beautiful moments we saw happening in this match. And I mean, that is just the start of our second day. I mean, I said this before. I am so excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the table as we progress through the weeks, through the league play, into the Super Weekend. And of course, we know a lot of the teams are still holding back. You know, they're keeping things under wraps. They don't want to, give away all the secrets just yet. So, based on what we've been seeing so far, I mean, this is going to be absolutely phenomenal PUBG coming through from the Africa side.
Absolutely. And unfortunately for the teams that are finding themselves there towards the bottom half of that overall rankings, when your top leaders are playing games like we just saw G3 Temper play, it becomes pretty difficult to catch up some of those points. And as we can see, the overall rankings right now, G3 Temper from that last game picking up 27 points. Again, starting us off really, really strong as we saw yesterday, getting very, very close to that 30 points a game. Cryptics coming through in second with those 10 kills, 10 placement points, and making it into second place as a result. So Darkness, even though they came second, sitting in third place with the eliminations coming through. But I'm liking that I'm still seeing some of the teams that were struggling a little bit yesterday getting closer and closer to that top 8, DK.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to push it up as much as they can. But as we know, it is going to be super important for the teams to continue to push and just to keep on rising higher and higher and higher. And of course, looking at the second page, it was a little bit of a tough run coming in for the players there from the Super Young Stars, Team Unique, and of course, Intruder Africa, as they all got sent back empty-handed. But still, Umbra managing to bring in some points, even though they weren't able to secure any placement points. But of course, 1 million Blackjack, of course, the players there from Midnight as well, and Zero Tolerance still in the mix, still on the leaderboard, bring in the points. But they have to look at definitely dialing up those efforts, moving in to the rest of the matches they have still to play today.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope that they're gonna be bringing it in because especially for Intruders, I feel like they were the most unlucky team that we saw. You know, we started off with that disadvantage, carried that through into the rest of the game, and then they were just chased down by every single team that could possibly fund them, like 1 million esports there towards the latter half of the game. So they're also one of the teams that I really want to see them have a better chance going through to some of the other maps. But hey, DK, we're still just getting started.
Yeah, so of course, we also have a few shout outs to do aside from the teams just bringing in some absolutely phenomenal performances. We got to give a big shout out there to Nomo TV as well, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out to them. And in fact, I said this yesterday and I'll say it again. I said it before. You know, it's great to have so many brands involved in this. So much love going out to everybody. It is absolutely fantastic and quite a privilege to be involved in these events. But with that, I do think we are going to be hopping into a quick break while we get ready now for our second match of the day to get underway.
Final moments to make a clutch like that happen in
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. My
It
name
had
is
to happen
DK,
once.
with is Proxy, and of course, we got to stumble on some of the things along the way. Spring, whatever other word you want to throw in the mix, we got to go through all of them. But of course, if you're joining us just now, you missed out on an absolutely fantastic start to day 2. We saw quite a performance coming through right over on towards Miramar, and now we're getting ready to head over on to the bread and butter, as you've put it, is there, of the ever lovely Erangel. Now, I mean, we look back at the performances that we had coming through from yesterday's Erangel matches, in which we saw Lusail, Cryptics, and of course the players there from Team Unique coming in with those winner chicken dinners, and some pretty impressive elim counts coming in alongside those. So I'm curious to see, moving into today's Erangel matches, will we see any other teams potentially stepping up to the challenge and being, one of the teams to come in with those winner chicken dinners? We'll have to wait and see, of course, exactly what that is. But first up, we want to remind you about upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series. There we go. See, that's why I've got Esmery right here. The designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, definitely, we saw some beautiful plays coming through in our first match of the day. Beautiful plays just yesterday. Now, I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield as we get ready to move into our second match here of the day.
DK, same with me. And, I think we could use a little bit of help from our viewers. So for those of you watching at home, remember to join the conversation. Head on over to Instagram and Facebook and check out the Esports PUBG or the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. It's a bit of a mouthful, but trust me, you'll find it. Lots of extra content there. And of course, you can join the conversation and let us know who you think is probably going to be taking this next Erangel and maybe going to be finding themselves in that super weekend, because that's what we're all here to find out. It's the last day of league play. We're going to go into the second map, and I still feel like we are waiting for many questions to be answered. Of course, first one going to be, who's going to take this first Erangel of the day?
Yeah, but I'm also quite curious to see what the players there from Group E are going to be bringing in, because this is going to be their first match also now for today, with the players there from Group D sitting this one out. So Intruder, Next Level, 1 Million Esports, as well as SWAT 69 are going to be having a bit of a rest. And we will also then see Masters, Slime 4KT, Virtual Gaming, as well as the players there from YONKOUS now joining us over on towards Erangel. Now, from here on out, Group E is going to be pushing straight through all 4 of their matches that they are going to be playing. So, this is going to be a great opportunity for them to try and see where they can go and how much they can bring in, because as I said before, we have not really seen any chicken dinners coming in from Group D or Group E. So this is going to be a beautiful opportunity for those teams to step up to the challenge. And I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to happen.
Yeah, look, we had a pretty good streak up until Cryptics double, winner chicken dinner, where we had a different winner for every single map, and we were wanting that to continue because it showcases a little bit more of a competitive level. It also gives an opportunity for many of the teams to shine and show us what they've got. But most importantly, it gives those teams opportunities to pick up the points as much as possible. I mean, we started off the day with 2 30-pointer games, which is absolutely ridiculous. And then it started to calm down towards the end of the day. And I'm still waiting to see if that pattern's going to continue, or we're going to get a restart. Maybe there's a few other teams that took the entirety of yesterday to get their information and get a game plan for today. That might come through with Group E now joining the fray. And they've got the next 4 maps up for grabs. They've got the next 4 maps and opportunities to show us what they've got and get those points. I want to win a chicken dinner. I want it split up between all of the groups as much as possible, because we want to see really what can these teams do.
Yeah, and I'm expecting the players there from Slime 4KT and YONKOUS to step it up, right? I want to see them just flourish on the leaderboard, particularly on their first match of the day, right? Because we know that both these teams have won their respective PMCOs. Wow, these letters are tripping up my mind today. They won their respective PMCOs, right? That was season 1 and 2 of PMCO Africa, the previous one. And I'm curious to see how they're going to be performing on this, because we are yet to see them step up and just bring in some absolutely beautiful performances. We know that they do possess the ability to do that. And of course, looking at where Slime currently is, they are sitting up in that 9th place, and of course the players from YONKOUS all the way towards that 17th place. So this is going to be quite an important one for YONKOUS, right? Again, back to the foundations. You got to lay it on thick. You got to put that foundation right up there. Make sure that it is kind of where you want it to be. And already looking at the flight path, it is a relatively satisfying flight path, right? Not to focus onto either of those cardinal directions, but definitely with the addition of the zone now heading over on towards that eastern side, it is going to make it a little bit more trickier for teams to try and make some plays. Yesterday we of course did see the zone moving up towards that Stolber kind of position, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not it's going to maybe stick around towards Yasnaya, or maybe head all the way over on towards that eastern coastline.
I wanted to mention it in the first map as well. I saw quite a few of the teams really change off, some of their more preferred drop sites coming through to today, and wasted. I was hoping to see more wasted, but unfortunately, Lena's going to say no, thank you. You can go back to the lobby and wait. As I was saying, some of the drop sites really changing, and we can see that now, especially coming through. I mean, Team Unique was one of the first ones that really stuck to my mind. I mean, we remember Scap, unfortunately, playing a game against Mad Knight there towards Severny, and now Severny, Stolber, Shooting Range, Zaki, most of that northern region is empty. We're not seeing anyone really going that way. So I'm wondering if some of the teams are changing up their drop size, trying to be a little bit more, maybe a little bit more surprising, because they were relatively consistent yesterday. So I don't know, DK, what do you think? All of these teams changing up their job sites. You think they're trying to get something new?
Yeah. I 100% do think that, right? Because I think it's healthy, right? Teams have to try and continue to change things up until they find that thing that clicks, the thing that works, right? And as we said yesterday was the first time that we saw all these teams playing in the same lobbies together. So I can understand if they're still going through a few tactics, trying to see what works best to, put a bit of a stop, a bit of a halt to any of the opposing teams. Yeah, I mean, you can't try it for too long. There's got to be a point where they got to go like, oh, yes, okay, let's stick to this, let's go for this one, and, see whether or not it kind of comes through and whether or not it pays off. But for the time being, the team's definitely still just repositioning themselves. We do have a nice little bit of a convergence coming up towards the ever-lovely Yasnayas. We do see the players from Slime 4KT, but we also had the players there from the side of the Masters heading in this exact same direction. Again, a really good distribution of teams across the map. I mean, we've got teams currently positioned in the zone itself, and then, of course, a nice chunk of teams on towards that western side as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I really love the Pro League, backpack and cape combination that we have going. I think the teams look absolutely so spiffy with it. I'm a little bit jealous, but it's okay. I think it looks fantastic. And with all of those, what did you say, chunk of teams that we have towards the left side of that map, again, we're going to see what happened there on Miramar with those rotations coming through, teams just rubbing shoulders and unfortunately not having a good time about it. Might happen once again, especially when we're looking at Pachinki. I mean, Pachinki is one of the first entry points we're going to be seeing into the zone from, that western side. And what do we have there? Oh, we have the entirety of Team Myth sitting and waiting for teams to get in so that they can take a couple of free kills, potentially. So for many of the teams like Triple, like Super Young Stars, and Team Unique, sitting towards, closer to gut goal, maybe Primosk, having to go up might end up finding themselves in a little bit of a crossfire there from Team Myth. And what's also interesting is Cryptics and Lusail on opposite ends of George Pool. You think something's going to be happening there?
No, not really. I don't think so. I do think, however, that we're going to be seeing a northern rotation coming through from the side there of Lusail. Maybe venturing up, past Shooting Range, Severny, potentially heading up towards the Stolber side of Yasnaya. And on the opposite end, I do think we could also maybe even see the players there from Cryptics, maybe just ducking into Rozok, but also they could be rotating up towards that northern side. It could still swing either which way, but there's still a lot to be discovered as the teams are starting to bring in the rotations. Of course, the players there from the Super Young Stars, they are quite some distance away from the zone position, all the way over into Primorsk, as you said before. We can see them on the screen right now, as we do have Kronboy, Chala, and the rest of the team now starting to make their way towards the zone, just making sure they've got some loot, got the vehicles before heading on out. But also the players there from Unique having a nice slow and steady rotation, and it does seem like they could maybe be considering rotating down towards that Sosnovka military base, maybe trying to come in from that southern side of the zone. But, you know, that's still open to discussion.
That would be quite an interesting rotation. Imagine coming back through there on the bridge, maybe next to GG3 or Mad Knight. I don't know. We might be seeing a little bit of interesting bridge plays, which we've been waiting for because of the changes coming through. So I'd be keen for it. Hey, more power to you. Let's see it happen here. But with the rotations we currently have and with the spread of teams, I feel like there's so much opportunity for teams to really get in contention with each other and really start getting some fights. We might be seeing a few earlier knocks than what we were expecting. I mean, currently, yes, Team Umbra are the only team that has a player down, but RTG Esports, Virtual Gaming might be giving us a little bit more here.
Oh yes, and we're going to be seeing the teams just keep on dialing it in, but Wisco trying to get a bit of a hit in. Lelouch coming through with a follow-through as Faluji goes right on down. So the first player down and out from the side there of Virtual. Zane now also getting hit on the opposite end as Petrox is trying to make a bit of a stand here, but definitely an interesting rotation coming through from the side here of Virtual. Coming in on that eastern side, actually rotating up behind the players there from Blackjack. And Blackjack, a little bit spread out. They do have a position set up in towards Mansion, but also concentrating a little bit more towards the northern side. As you can see, Wisco now just trying to wrap it up there with Petrox as that rotation is coming on in. And definitely a few interesting positions right up ahead of them. Petrox, of course, you know, bumping into one of the only rocks in this field. That, to me, is quite a skill. I mean, if he hit a tree,
not a fence.
if he hit a tree, I was like, you know, whatever. There's a lot of trees, but he hit the only rock in the field, and that is like next level skill.
You know why though, right? It's because there's no fences here, so we can't show off the parking skills that we saw yesterday. So we have to try with what we've got, and the only thing we've got is a rock. So hey, kudos to them for trying. But DK, I want to throw in a little bit of a question at you here, because we saw, you know, the sheer movements that the zone was playing on Miramar. Where would you want the zone to be ending on for this one?
Ooh, south. South,
south to the bridge.
Yeah,
all the way to the bridge.
Bridge. I want bridge action. I mean, that throws quite a few spanners in the works for the teams. It really makes them jump through the hoops, and that results in some beautiful PUBG. But I mean, I'm going to be satisfied with wherever the zone decides to go. I'm not biased like that, but you know, I'll take whatever I'm given. But if I had a choice, I would say southern zone.
I think that's nice and chaotic, but I think what could also be quite chaotic is just heading it right towards Milta Power, forcing all of the teams to make some very horrible rotations, because they're going to have to be right next to each other. South is just equally as bad, but Milta Power would also suffice for me. I don't know, maybe Lipovka could also be a fun ending. Oh, you see, the zone is listening to us. Look at that. It's avoiding the bridge. It's avoiding Milta Power.
Yeah. I was expecting in pure PUBG mobile fashion the zone to kind of just center up, and that is exactly what it did. Right, I'm satisfied with where it is because we still have Mansion in play. We've got an absolute herd of players positioned over on towards that western side, and we do see a nice migration coming through as the teams are getting ready to push further and further in towards that more eastern side of the zone. But of course, Cryptics, Lusail, all having to bring in those rotations, and now they find themselves pulling up alongside Zero Tolerance with Wanted rather being the first one getting down for the side here of Lusail. Not down and out just yet, but just down for the time being. And oh, Zero Tolerance only having 2 players to hold up this front line defensive, with the rest of the squad now just rotating up in the distance. But they got to be careful because 4KT just holding on to that coastline. But look at that. The utilities coming through as Lord stands it in. And he is now, for the time being, the only player left to try and make a bit of a play here. But fortunately, Hates has stepped up to join the party. Also, the reinforcements from the rest of the side of Lusail also now joining in the conversation here. As we can see, Boyka and Trump now getting ready to stand in those utils, trying to get the res up on towards Winston and, you know, give Lusail another fighting chance to bring in another potential chicken.
I think what's more terrifying is that Slime4KT also got involved just for a brief moment of time there, picking up some of the players there from Zero Tolerance, giving Lusail a little bit of space, but also, just on the high rise, we've got Cryptics rolling on in as well. So in the meantime, Skydo with some beautiful nades coming through, but now there's some resets that need to happen because here come Cryptics, Marshall in particular, finding Trump and saying, thank you very much, wait for me in the lobby as we take it through. Cryptics, of course, in a position here to pick up some kills. And for zero tolerance, I mean, 3 players left. They've got two eliminations. I think they've done well enough. I think they can disengage, get out of the conversation, and get into safety into the zone. Because now Cryptics and Slimepool KT, they both had a piece of the action. They just want a little bit more.
Yeah, they definitely do want quite a bit more. And I mean, we see something strange happening currently. A lot of the teams starting to migrate into that center zone position, and it's something that we didn't see a lot of that really coming through just yesterday. But today does seem like the teams have decided, you know what, aggression is going to be the word of the day, and they're going to look to bring it up. Of course, we do see the players there from YONKOUS now just assisting and sending Lusail away. But look at that. Oh, you know, air punches of pure excitement and celebration as they line up a few more of those elim points for themselves. And I mean, this is where the zone is going to get quite interesting, because we've got a lot of teams still having to move into a strong position. I mean, the entirety of prison for the time being relatively open, as well as that whole entire eastern coastline. The team's still sticking to the more centralized kind of region here, trying to stay on the mainland area. And of course, we do see the players from Cryptics also on the map, currently rotating around the northern side, trying to come in on that northern edge of the Yasnaya Polyana region. So definitely a few interesting options are going to be finding their way on through. But now we look to see where the next phase is going to be taking us. As you can see, of course, we still have 15 teams in, 57 players still in the mix here. We do have those reses now coming through in the zone, centering up on towards Mansion, and this is where things are going to get pretty tough. Blackjack, however, already positioned, good angle to have there. They also have a few visitors just up on towards the northern side, Petrox and the rest of the team there. But that southwestern side, that is where the action is going to be, as we see so many teams still having to roll on through, and we're going to be seeing a lot of those fights now breaking out.
Yeah, look, I think a few visitors is an understatement, as we do have most of the teams still alive into this one and still hungry for an opportunity to get in this one. But YONKOUS, as we were saying, we were waiting for a little bit of action from them. We were waiting for a little bit of good news, and here they are finding themselves in contention with G3 Temper, and they've already got Nacho down and out for the count. We've got the designated driver strat coming back here, DK. This is what I love to see. Cars going through, but not quite yet making the connection, though only down to Flacco and SixGuard, who are still alive, and make that only Flacco. Now YONKOUS in the position here to get a team wipe on G3 Temper after their previous performance on Miramar.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about consistency. We want to see a team being able to go from a chicken, maintain that consistency, and push all the way through. But so far, it is looking pretty tough on the side here of G3. Flacco, if you remember yesterday, was also the last remaining hopeful over on that second Miramar. And this time on Erangel, once again, he finds himself to be the lone ranger, the lone survivor. So positioning here is going to be absolutely key if Flacco is looking to bring in those placement points. Seeing that we only have 15 teams left, I mean, this is not the point where you want to be sent on back, and, you know, just got to play a super cautious game. Just try and avoid as many of those potential destructive engagements as you can. But, oh, missed.
Nah.
They're going to put a quick stop to Flacco's rotation right there.
Yeah, look, as soon as that HP drops into the red, you're just not feeling good. Shadow and as well. I did see them spotting out there in the blue zone, so I was wondering when we were going to see that confirmation coming through, and there it is. So Team Umbra now officially down to 2 players left alive, and G3 somehow still in this thanks to the efforts there from Flacco, who I still don't know how, but is still alive and still kicking somewhere on the map. And as we take a look at it, we're not having anyone really taking control of that prison area. I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't want to be in the buildings in prison, maybe the rooftop. But if you find yourself there, you're surrounded by a perfect ridgeline for anyone to just stare you down and potentially take you out. So as soon as you have to make those rotations out, it gets a bit awkward. And for the rest of it, I mean, I don't know, where would you think that we'd want teams to be setting themselves up in the zone? Because it's looking like it just keeps going center.
I do expect that we are going to be seeing a little bit of a shift coming in, and I do think it's going to go to the east. Let's see. Oh, no. Okay, well, it did go in a direction. It went north. It is a little bit of a off-center shift there, and that's usually what we see coming in at this stage of the game, right? So that is in true Erangel fashion. It does seem a little bit passive, and then it goes like, surprise! So it throws it off. But now, looking at the zone, Cryptics, again, with a little bit of that zone blessing coming through, but also Blackjack having a good setup coming into the zone. 4KT, however, still alongside the players here from Zero Tolerance. If you can see over on towards this western side, having to put up a bit of a defensive play. G3 now, of course, getting sent on back. We do see those vehicles coming through, being utilized once again, and that was over on towards Angelo there at the hand of PRZ from the side of Team Umbra. But now, the rotations are going to start to have to make their way on through, coming in from that southern side. I mean, we got Triple down on the south. We got the players there from Darkness. We got Unique. So many teams still having to move on in. And now we also see the players there from Mad Knight actually trying to bring in a very wide rotation to try and come in onto the northern side. But they could potentially see themselves pulling up right alongside the players there from the side of Cryptics.
Yeah, or from Super Young Stars, whichever way, it ends up pulling. But for the time being, I think it isn't a great idea to try and get that wide flank maybe come through from that side which, I mean, they don't have all the information we do, but it could have been a fantastic entryway. And we do see Triple Esports actually going out, which again, it's the second map in a row, DK, that I feel like they've been very, very unlucky on the day that they have the most pressure when they need to get those points up. And talking about points, look at Team Unique finding Darkness and saying, thank you so much for the eliminations. We're just going to take them as we can. And of course, Skep being one of the ones to do the most alongside Winky with all the damage. The car explosions can just go absolutely crazy. And of course, we would expect that confirmation comes through and Darkness is out for the count. So now officially, DK, we are in placement point central. Everyone who's going to be going out now at least is going to get 1 point. It can go up from there, but there's at least something to look forward to at the end of the lobby. But Team Unique now still feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite surprising to see Team Unique getting caught in the current position they are in. They ended off yesterday on such a beautiful note, coming in with that winner chicken dinner. But this time around, it's not looking too great. But that to me is also the beauty of the level of skill we have here. I mean, there's no clear indication as to who's going to be the team to take the chicken. There's no one particular team showing absolutely insane levels of dominance, right? They keep on changing it up. They keep on knocking teams out that just got chicken, sending them away. It's like, well, enjoy the chicken, but it's not yours anymore, right? We're going to stop you right there. But of course, now, YONKOUS still in a position here to make a decent play. I mean, yes, they do have the players from Umbra positioned just a little bit further up towards that northeastern side. As we can see, there's also Myths. There's also the players here from Unique. So YONKOUS definitely in a challenging angle. But are they going to be able to make something of this? We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But, I mean, Raf, he's definitely going to try everything in his ability to pick up a few of those elims along the way. And already 7 elims for the players here from YONKOUS.
Oh, you put out the challenge for YONKOUS and they said, thank you so much. We're definitely going to be taking it. So picking up those 7 eliminations, going forward into this one. But those confirmations coming through, Team Unique now unfortunately back in the lobby and waiting for it. But I do think that now is the best time to disengage because that zone pulling all the way towards that eastern side and really, once again, favoring Blackjack Esports, favoring Mad Knights, who actually made their rotation past Super Young Stars, who were also just around the corner. I do think that a lot of these teams might just have to prioritize getting into zone because the space that they have to work with is slowly but surely dwindling here, DK.
Well, we definitely see the players here from the side of Cryptics now, right? Starting to bring in a very similar approach to what they did just yesterday when they picked up their chicken on Erangel. Again, rotating up from the northern side, just trying to kind of play that zone. So I'm curious to see how that's going to unfold. But for the time being, Myth and the players here from Mad Knight just going absolutely ham on each other. As we can see those confirmations now getting sent on through Myth. Of course, still rocking all 4 their players. One of the only teams still having a full squad in this lobby. But here we go. Farok now quickly trying to deploy a few of those smokes to get the numbers back up into fighting form. But Virtual Gaming are going to be coming in from the side. As you can see, Petrox and the rest of the squad here now trying to play some edge game here. But look at the Cryptics. They're on the roll. They're getting ready to move. And with that, they find the first one right over on towards Broly. And it is a little bit of a snowball effect we could see coming in here. But still, there's a lot of teams still looking to make that quite difficult for them. But Petrox, having some amazing nades getting sent over. Carry Boy and the rest of the players here from Cryptics really looking to apply the pressure now onto the team there from Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, look, Mad Knights and Team Myth had a bit of a headbutt situation there with the cars coming through, but now they've got so much more to deal with. Virtual Gaming turning their attention there to Cryptics, who are coming through, looking for the confirmations here. Petrock's going down, and there it is. They are slowly but surely picking up those eliminations and making their way into absolute carnage town. As you said, very similar to what we saw when they picked up that winner chicken dinner, but is it going to be coming to fruition? Of course, Super Young Stars just watching all of this unfold before them, and Farouk in the smoke, hiding desperately, hoping there's no nades that are going to be spared his way. Virtual Gaming, though, now feeling the brunt of the action as Cryptics are fully focusing on getting them out for the count here. This might be an opportunity for Rook now to stand up and get a little bit of shot stake through to Carry Boy, but they have to make the connection, and it's just not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, Cryptics, they are looking to clean it out as they now just move in. They clean up the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming. Of course, Mad Knight, the next potential role for them as the zone now heads all the way down to the south. You can see the players there from the side of Slime 4KT, Blackjack, and YONKOUS fighting for a dominating position within the current zone. But Umbra still to rotate up Cryptics, as well as the players here from Mad Knight and the Super Young Stars, having quite a bit of a challenge up ahead of them. Ah, there we go. Carry Boy delivering some beautiful action, comes rolling on through right there with that vehicle elimination. And now we do see Carry Boy getting picked right on up. I mean, the players here from Cryptics right up onto those 10 elims, hitting those double-digit numbers. But now Umbra still in the mix. We can see PRZ trying to make a play, caught on the edge, has to figure out a way to reposition back into the zone. But Blackjack now just starting to capitalize on their positions. We can see those knocks continuing to roll on in one after the other. Beautiful setup they've got on their high ground. But look at this, Sengay trying to sneak around on the back end there. Oh, is he going to be able to succeed? Well, pulls up on the side, so good rotation. Has the anchor point set up, but up comes Super Young Stars also now looking to make a quick dash for that Slime 4KT. Also holding off on the side, but Wisco, pinpoint accuracy there with the utilities, sending that nade out, and with that picking up a beautiful knock on towards Senke. Marshall and Lazy Boy now going to be dialing up the assault onto Slime 4KTs. We can see those hits coming through. Storm super low on health. Zeus is down for the count, but are we going to see now the players here from Cryptics looking to push their elims up to 11?
Yeah, Blackjack Esports have just had all of the opportunity to just set themselves up into one of the remaining buildings left, and they're just watching all of the action unfold ahead of them, and they can get involved anytime they want. But there's the confirmation coming through from Cryptics, taking out Slime 4KT, leaving us with 4 teams remaining. And as I was saying, at Blackjack Esports, they can just pick and choose who they want to take a hit at. At the moment, YONKOUS and Blackjack Esports on top of the ridgeline. They can hold down the line. Cryptics a little bit hurt, but still in this. And then Super Young Stars, they're just getting information right now. They have an opportunity to get a couple of sneaky flanks coming through. That is as long as you're not going straight into Marshall's crosshair, because this man's going on an absolute tear. 7 eliminations so far, and they are not looking to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, Marshall definitely bringing some beautiful angles right here onto the players from the side of YONKOUS. Of course, we do see that blue zone. It's closing on up, and we're going to have that next shift popping on over. But I mean, the players here from Cryptics, they are keeping the pressure up all the way through. They're not going to be backing off, as we can see them now starting to get a bit of aggressive as they head over in the direction here of YONKOUS. But look at this rough. Again, going to be waiting in the dumpster, waiting for that opportunity, that moment to bounce before he strikes on down. But look at this now. Oh, YONKOUS trying to make a stand. They have been pretty isolated. Oh, unfortunately, the strategy not really working out there in favor of the players from YONKOUS, if they now have been reduced down to 1 remaining hopeful. Lewis getting confirmed on up, and now let's see, will Marshall find the final hit, the final blow? Oh, he gets up and down. He goes. Cryptics now pushing it up to 16 elims. All they got to do now is just keep their cool and push all the way through. Of course, they are still going up against the players here from the Super Young Stars and Blackjack. Both teams still rocking full squads all the way through. Cryptics, the only one having lost a player along the way, but that is not going to stop them anytime soon. They will continue to apply the pressure. And of course, also the players here from the Super Young Stars, they're going to be trying to find their angles, trying to send those utilities in. As you can see, Wisco now just dancing around the flames as the molly is kind of blocking his way to that door. But this is where it all comes down to positional play. I mean, Cryptics, yes, they are currently outside of zone, and yes, they do have the blue zone kind of forcing their hand. But now it comes down to whether or not any openings are going to be created by the advances of the players here of the Super Young Stars.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for any of these teams. If they can play the third-party game, they can get on in. And especially for Cryptics, who actually decided, you know what, we're not going to wait for it. We're going to be finding Super Young Stars taking out one of the teams, looking for that confirmation there onto T'Challa. Joker now in a bit of an opportunity here to try and get a raise onto Lashin, but there's a nade being thrown, and it's just barely going to be taking out Lashin and Joker. And the rest was there, but it's not going to be enough. Look at Cryptics. They are pushing on forward. They are not stopping. They want this confirmation. They want this team wipe, but Marshall now feeling a little bit of the brunt of the action here as Super Young Stars are throwing a little bit of those hits back. And again, Blackjack Esports just watching all of this from the rooftops. They can get involved at any time.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting for them to kind of head out of the building there and come rushing down onto the players there from the Super Young Stars and Cryptics, as we can see, you know, the numbers, the knocks coming in. I mean, the Super Young Stars now quickly having an opportunity to try and reset. Of course, Cryptics having the same opportunity, but it does seem like Blackjack is now getting ready to push on out. Meanwhile, Lazy Boy sends it out, and with that, Blackjack actually sneaks in from behind, clearing out the Super Young Stars. But here we go, the showdown coming in. It is going to be Blackjack up against Cryptics. The knocks are coming in. It's going to be Marshall up against the entirety of Blackjack. Will he be able to hold his own as the push comes through? And Blackjack walks away with a beautiful winner chicken dinner. But Cryptics finishing on 18 elims. Pure insanity, but a very well-deserved victory coming in there for the players of Blackjack Esports. Just choosing that opportune moment to strike, and it paid off beautifully for them.
I love it. We have a new winner taking home one of the winner chicken dinners. And Blackjack Esports were one of the teams that we highlighted on the first day as, look, they have some experience, just a little bit, you know, coming into this competition, coming through with the, you know, the plays that they've been making, the experience that they've been bringing in, and they finally brought that to fruition with a huge play coming through, but nothing can take it away, really, from Cryptics getting those 16 eliminations. I think that's tied with the highest that we've had in these first 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it is kind of a trend that we see coming in from the side there of Cryptics. Once you see Cryptics rotating towards the northern side of the zone, you know something's coming. You know, they are going to bring in quite a bit of a fight. We saw that happen yesterday. We saw a beautiful example of that coming through in this match. So definitely some pretty tough plays coming through. But I got to give it to the players there from the Super Young Stars as well, right? They made such a strong play, a strong stand all the way through into that final zone, really making it quite difficult. And we saw quite a substantial amount of effort being put in there as they were holding their own with the advances coming through from the side there of the players from Cryptic. But also, I mean, Slime 4KT unfortunately getting caught a little bit off guard there as they got rushed and had the entirety of the players from Cryptics moving towards them. And the same can also be said for YONKOUS. I mean, like 5 strong teams making it into those late phases, and it all comes down to how you play those positions.
It does. And I mean, we've seen many times where, you know, the teams that get those fantastic positions, they get themselves set up, they literally have the prime position. But it comes down to, okay, well, what happens when there's 6, 7, 8 teams around you? You know, you can only shoot so fast. So how are they going to be handling that pressure, and how are they going to be setting themselves up to try and cover as many angles as possible? Again, at most, you've got 4 players to deal with, but at those points, sometimes the teams are down to dire straits. Sometimes they're down to those 3, those 2, those solo players trying to hold the line, and it can only get so far. But again, I'm loving the proactive decisions by some of these teams to take the fight to other teams, to not wait until, you know, their hand is forced or they're put into a position where they're getting third parties and it's too late. Like, making those proactive decisions is what's been getting Cryptics such success. It's why they are so close to almost have, you know, getting 3 winner chicken dinners. They still have the highest. They still are getting some insane kills. So I think we need to be taking a closer look at Cryptics and their proactive decisions.
Yeah, but some really good evolutionary plays coming through. But of course, with that, we are going to be taking a quick look at a few of the highlights from this past match. There we go. Some pretty amazing plays coming through in this past match. It's just fantastic, fantastic stuff to be watching. And this makes me so excited because I was talking about the evolutionary plays coming through, right? And we've been saying also that teams coming into this PMPL that have had experience, participating in other events as well, really bringing that in and essentially kind of forcing the hand of the opposing teams to having to come up with strategies and ways to kind of counteract that. So we are seeing evolutionary things happening here. Teams really bring in some dynamic performances, who are really trying to, step up their gameplay. And it's quite exciting because, if the teams don't do that, and they are, kind of focusing on what it is that they've been practicing for so long and not really looking to change that, I do think that it could potentially be something that could bite them, and not really benefit them as much. But as the teams are starting to adapt and starting to change things up, sometimes potentially maybe on the fly, we don't know. But as they keep on changing these things and start working through those VOD reviews and, really trying to come up with some interesting strategies, I mean, this is going to be so exciting because, I mean, we've seen different chicken dinner winners stepping up. Cryptics getting scarily close to that one once again. But fortunately, the players there from Blackjack were able to put a bit of a halt to that. And of course, we still have 3 more games to go here today. Next up, we are, of course, going to be heading over on towards a little bit of that Miramar action once again. So this time around, we are going to be seeing the players from Group C taking a little bit of a rest, with the players there from Group D, of course, now rejoining us for this match. So definitely I'm liking these rotations coming through for the teams, everyone having their chance to play across all these different maps. And I mean, it's making for some pretty exciting gameplay.
Absolutely, and it's just adding to the pressure that a lot of these teams are feeling as we're going back to Miramar next. For some of the teams that maybe prefer Erangel, so yesterday they were, doing a little bit more better. Now going back to Miramar, or vice versa, maybe the teams that really, really do well on Miramar, like, I mean, G3 Tempo is the first one that comes to mind. They are thriving today. They're setting themselves up as high as they possibly can so that they can just relax for the rest of the league week and maybe give themselves an opportunity to try a couple of things, like you said, on the fly. I mean, the teams that are sitting at those top spots, they have ample opportunity to really do what they want because, I mean, they don't need to worry. But let's take a look at match rankings for the moment. And here it is, our first 30-pointer game coming through from Cryptics, who didn't get the winner chicken dinner, but they're still on the top because of those 18 eliminations. DK, that's a little bit insane.
But that's the way it goes, Like we said it before when we were looking at that point, at the point structure, right? 1 point per elimination, that is quite essential, and teams doing absolutely fantastic stuff with that. Of course, as you pointed out rightly so, the players there from Cryptics dropping a lovely 30 bomb right there. But again, we do see some pretty strong plays coming in from the side there of Blackjack and YONKOUS as well. Putting in the effort. They want to be one of the teams to step up. And before we started the match, I said I wanted to see the players from Slime4KT and YONKOUS step it up. And that is exactly what they did. They brought it to the table. Of course, unfortunately, G3 being at the top, but at the wrong top of the leaderboard for this match, finding themselves walking away with a big fat bubble there, as Max would say. But that is the beauty of it, and we said it before. We're looking to see that consistency coming through from the teams, looking to see whether or not they're going to be able to continue to push. And of course, here is the current overall ranking situation. Cryptics now just breaking into the century there on 106 points.
What?
Look at the consistency coming through between the placement points and the elims, sitting on 53 apiece. Of course, the players there from Lusail on their heels there with 69 points. Team Umbra right behind them. But of course, G3 Temper, Blackjack still up in the mix. We want to see more teams looking to push the envelope there, as we have Temper and Blackjack tied on 65 points each. And of course, moving on to the second page, this is where things are still looking pretty interesting.
Yeah, look, it's still pretty even, I would say, or at least, the gaps that we're looking at, they aren't massive. They aren't huge gaps like we saw with Cryptics showing up with those 106 points. So it's still doable for these teams, and you can see they're still shifting. I mean, when we started, we were looking at Team Myth, obviously in those bottom 4 rankings. Now they're finding themselves in 11th place. So they've shot themselves up. They're currently in contention to go through to the first Super Weekend, but we still have 3 more maps to go, and that means there's 3 more opportunities for these teams to once again shake up these overall rankings. So currently, these are the 4 teams that have a little bit of pressure on top. It's SWAT 69, Virtual Gaming, Mad Knight, and Triple Esports that really need to bring the pressure. And for Mad Knight and Triple Esports, again, I was criticizing Mad Knight how they started so well with those early fights, early eliminations potentially, and then they filter off. And Triple Esports, I keep seeing them getting caught out with rotations. They've been so unlucky every single time they want to take a rotation, they get taken out by a team holding that containment.
And that's kind of part of the challenge. You need to try and find ways to circumnavigate that, and bring in some strategies to try and make a bit of a play against that, and potentially put a hold to that. But I mean, that is the beauty of this. The teams have the opportunity to see where some problem areas could be, and what they could potentially do to try and fix those issues as they continue through the games here. But of course, we are going to be hopping into a quick break while we get ourselves ready for the third match right over on towards Miramar. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split. I nailed it this time, is 2022. We are getting ready to move into our third match. Now, if you're just joining us, you missed out on some beautiful action on our first Erangel and Miramar for the day. Of course, next up, we are going to be heading straight over to our second Miramar. And this is where things are going to get quite interesting, as the teams have had a little bit of an opportunity now to get a feel for what to expect coming into today. We did see some absolutely phenomenal elim counts being picked up there once again, with the players there from Cryptics ending it off on what that was 18. So some pretty amazing plays coming through once again. But now we look to see who's going to be the teams to step up as we make our way into our third match. But of course, we got to give a big shout out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. But here we are, a very southern flight path coming in here, and this is going to be quite an interesting shift we have, a different dynamic we have coming into this game.
Yeah, looks like the flight wants to take it to Puerto Pares. They really want to go to a little bit of a a scenic route, but cutting off the bottom parts of the map. What's happening here? The zone is acting a little funny today. So now imagine, DK, imagine if that zone goes all the way north. Like, I mean, all the way to Campo, maybe towards Cruz de Val, Al Hazar. Ooh, that would be painful for these teams. But let's take a look at it. It's going to come through shortly, and yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
Honestly, I think we're going to have maybe a southern zone. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to wait and see. Yep, southern zone, called it. Oh, yes. Oh,
Wow.
yes. There we are. This is where things are going to heat up quite a bit, right? Particularly looking at the southern side of the zone, it does bring with it an entirely different kind of dynamic, because the terrain is not the same as we have elsewhere on the map. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing. Of course, we know on our first Miramar, the zone ended up just a little bit towards that western side of Los Leones. So I'm curious to see where it's going to be moving to this time around. But definitely, we do have a lot more congestion with regards to the positioning coming in for the teams here.
Absolutely. I mean, when we took a look at our previous Miramar, we had quite a good spread. We had a few teams that were, as you said, quite blessed with the zone, namely Cryptics. This time around, it's maybe one or two teams, less than a handful of teams that really have to worry about their rotations, but it also gives them an opportunity to loot in absolute peace and serenity. So that might give them a bit of an edge going into the final zones. And I don't know, you mentioned the terrain, but really what we're going to be seeing is a little bit more of chaos coming through. We were talking about high rises, on the first Miramar. Some of the teams who had themselves set up on those ridge lines, they had perfect vision, perfect purview of what was happening around them, and it didn't quite come to fruition for them. So this time around, are you expecting the teams to, make those earlier rotations, just trying to find a good ridge line, trying to find a good, space on top of the mountain?
Well, looking at the current space, the current options they have, I don't expect to see a lot of crazy rotations coming through, because there's already such a big concentration of teams positioned within the zone already. I do think once we get into those later phases, particularly moving into like the second phase, that is where we're going to be seeing the aggression getting dialed up, because teams will then want to improve their positions, get into a more ideal kind of positioning. So I do expect a lot of fights to be breaking out within the next zone shift. But of course, I'm also curious to see what the players from Intruder are going to be bringing in, as well as the team from the side there are SWAT 69, because we look over towards the point situation. They are currently kind of the gatekeepers alongside 1 million, right? They are currently a bit of a gatekeeping position, where they are, so situated in such a way where they need to be quite careful with how they play these matches, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's a bit of a tough show, it could be to their detriment. So they definitely have to try and play this one as perfectly as they can. Really be quite careful with those rotations. Try to make the best possible decisions that they can make. But one of the teams that have it a little bit more easy is the players here from Next Level. I mean, they are positioned over on towards Monte Nuevo. It's not necessarily in zone. They are relatively close to it. I mean, not a lot of distance for them really to cover to make it up into that zone. But also Next Level also being one of the teams that we see a little bit further up the leaderboard. So they're not feeling as much pressure on their shoulders for the time being.
Oh, absolutely. And there's many other teams that really, as you mentioned, have to be putting on their full focus hats into this one. Because if we're not seeing, as you mentioned, at least SWAT 69, who are 4 points behind that threshold of 1 million, who are sitting on 29, make that impact, make that difference to get themselves up into safety. You know, it's getting down to 2 maps, and for some of these teams, they've only got one more map with the groups, switching out in and out. So I do want to see that happen today. I also want to see, we were talking about Group D and E, which I mean, one of them being YONKOUS, who are finding a couple of eliminations to start us off with. Hopefully, finding some success here and getting that winner chicken dinner, because we like change. We like a little bit of difference. We like a little bit of competitive spirit. We don't want all of the chickens to go to Cryptics. They've been a little selfish up until this point. We need to share a little bit. So let's see if that's going to actually come to fruition here. And oh wow, Petrox, that is some impressive climbing skills.
Yeah, but see, this is one of the few instances where sharing is not caring, right? Um, the teams will just have to, focus on what their strategy is coming into the lineup here, coming into the match, and of course, Petrox quite separated from the rest of his team. Feeling a little bit brave, tapping over on towards the players there from Team Umbra. We can see trying to push a little bit closer to the outskirts there of Los Leones. Shadowwind and the rest of the players now making their way on in. But, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if we did see the players here from Umbra just setting up a bit of a gatekeep angle. I know they are well situated within the zone, but I'm talking about moving into those later few phases. Because Virtual Gaming taking a very exposed kind of play here. Yes, they do have the ridge lines that they can rely on for coverage, but Umbra, they are, right here up upon the compounds, which could provide either an advantage or disadvantage, or maybe it's just neutral. We'll have to wait and see how this kind of unfolds.
Yeah, and I mean, there's few of the other teams that I'm also looking at based on our first Miramar of the day. We actually saw Darkness there towards those later stages, really in a difficult situation, and they made it close. I mean, you mentioned that they managed to hold out. They came through in third place there with Cryptics and Temper going absolutely crazy, as well as teammates. And SWAT 69 actually had a pretty decent performance on Miramar, the first one that we saw today. So maybe they might replicate that. As you said, some of the teams might be more comfortable on Miramar because of its long distances, because of the longer rotations, because there's a little bit more space in the early stages for them to formulate that strategy and that plan coming through. So maybe it's the opportunity for some of these teams, as we said, in this later half, they can come through here and put on a surprising performance. But that zone is coming through, and for the likes of Super Young Stars, which I would say is the only team really that has the longest rotation, and it's not a super long rotation by any means necessary. The zone is really forgiving today. Coming through from El Pozo, that's the furthest that I see any team having to make a rotation. So some pretty good space. But DK, what's happening on our screens right now?
Well, looting phase, right? We do have Triple Esports here, having pushed up a little bit closer to more center zone. We do see Winky here from the side of Team Unique, just playing the quiet hide-and-seek game, while the rest of the team is looking to move into position, coming in. Now, Team Unique having some great success on Erangel yesterday. We're looking to see what they are going to be bringing over on towards Miramar, as it does present a few challenges of itself. But, I mean, DMX definitely going to try and mix things up, going to try and send those utilities through, looking to create a bit of an opening. But I'm liking this play actually coming in from the side of Team Unique. I mean, Winky just distracting the players from the side of Triple.
Ooh,
yes.
You said it. You said it. You just said it. You had to say something, and then Winky found a nade to her face.
But, I'd like to see the players from Unique actually move in and tighten that position a little bit more on towards Triple, because they got them in such a beautiful position here. We got AWM, we got Thor, we got DMX, we got Master, all positioned over on towards those hills, and we are going to be seeing a lot of the terrain being utilized between both these teams. But of course, I'm pretty sure that we're not going to be having much happening as Winky has been sent away, but it does seem like Triple Esports are going to be looking to dial up the pressures. They find one knock, find the second one, and now, Unique, yeah, they have to pack their bags.
Unfortunately, but also fantastic work for Triple Esports. You know, I've been waiting for them the entirety of today to have a little bit of success and to show us that. And this first fight, this first engagement is the start of that. Potentially, if they can just carry through this momentum, we might very well be seeing an upset here towards the later half of our last day of league play. So again, it's weird that how that turned around, because I agree with you. I thought Team Unique were going to take it. They had the ridgeline, they had the information. Winky was fantastic bait. It just didn't come to fruition here. But hey, I guess that's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is the second match, the second time on Miramar that we do see the players there from Unique being the first one getting sent back. So definitely hoping to see a little bit of improvement coming in from the side there of the players from Team Unique. But of course, we'll have to wait and see whether or not that is going to be the play. They still have one more Miramar to go. So, you know, not all hope is lost for them just yet. They have an opportunity to still maybe make a few adjustments and, you know, rectify a bit of a tough play that they've been experiencing so far today. Of course, the players here from the side of Intruder also now just going to be trying to, you know, bring in a few of those elims. As I said before, Intruder currently in a position where they are also still in need of points. They are right on the verge, currently sitting on 31 points. We do have the players there from 1 Million Esports, only 2 points behind them in 16th place with 29. And then, of course, SWAT 69 sitting over in 17th on 25 points. So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming into the teams right on that, in that kind of danger zone region. You know, having to bring in some really amazing plays to bring in the necessary points if they are looking to be one of the 16 teams moving through into the first Super Weekend.
Yeah, I'm so keen to see who's going to be those Super Weekend players, because I feel like as you've mentioned, you know, we've been talking about it off stream, a very different game that will be coming through, because at this point in time, you know, the teams just need to get into the top 16. They don't need to go hugely invested into the gameplay. Obviously, you know, maybe your teams that are closer to the bottom, they'd want a little bit more padding between them and the threshold just to alleviate some of that stress, because myself and I would be extremely anxious if I was the 16th team, you know, just making it in by the skin of my teeth. So other than that, they don't really have to make a massive investment. I mean, same can be said for Cryptics or any of the teams there towards the top, like Team Umbra, like Lusail Esports, G3 Temper, you name it. You know, they're so far ahead of the pack at this point that DK, I mean, I feel like they could really maybe try a couple of things out, maybe prep themselves for that potential Super Weekend. It's only really, as we've mentioned, maybe from, I think we said, you know, 11th or 12th down, that can really seriously still make a massive shift. But for the rest, I mean, take it easy. Ooh, that zone.
Yeah, the zone is definitely not going to be taking it easy. Of course, we can see the current leaderboard just on the side of the screen there, and you know, kind of what our discussion is going about. But I mean, things are still pretty close. I mean, Mad Knight, Triple Esports, Virtual Gaming, SWAT 69, they can still make an impressive jump. There is still an opportunity for them in their remaining games here today to do enough to secure one of those top 16 spots. That is definitely a possibility, but whether or not that is going to be something that they'll be doing, that is what we'll have to wait and see. But for the time being, we can see the rotations coming through there. Umbra starting to venture in from that eastern side. Of course, they do have the players there from 1 million just up towards the north, as well as the players there from the Masters now also looking to just welcome them into the zone. So I'm liking the rotations coming through. The teams all venturing up in very similar kind of approaches here. We also did see the players there from Virtual Gaming now heading straight into that Chumacera region. Now, Chumacera, not an entire city. It's more like a village, but still it is going to be presenting quite a few challenges to these teams. But for the time being now, we are seeing the players here from the Masters meeting up with Next Level. And, you know, this is almost smack dab center zone, so this could be quite an essential position for these teams to be holding.
Yeah, both teams very, very keen to take control of the real estate here. As you've mentioned, central zone, any sort of building that you can use with any sort of cover, it's going to be absolutely crucial in those later phases. So both teams anxiously trying to get control of that, and the nades coming through from Masters Esports are just being a little bit of a deterrent from Next Level, who said, no, we got you first, please leave us alone, this is our building and we want to take a hold of it. Now, I mean, yikes. How did they actually take hold of this? Because any sort of entrance that they're going to be holding, any sort of, entry they take into that building, next level have on lockdown. And it looks like they might be considering just disengaging from this and taking a ridgeline hold there instead, because next level have all of this on lockdown and they're not letting go of it anytime soon. And I don't know, DK, holding the ridgeline instead of a building, it's unfortunate, but it might be the safer option at this stage.
Yeah, on a map like Miramar, that could be a wise decision to be making. We'll have to wait and see where these teams do decide to go, but we also now have INTRUDER and Triple Esports having a bit of a fight over on towards that eastern side of the zone, while we have Blue Zone closing up momentarily. But I'm actually watching the players from Slime 4KT still rotating into the zone. And we also see the entirety of the northern phase, northern region rather, being completely open for the taking, as we can see it on the screen there. We have Slime 4KT on the approach. We've got those lovely drops up in the north there as well. I don't think it's going to be too essential, but coming in along that path could be a good approach to make it in. And now we're having that zone taking an extreme shift down towards the south. This is where Lusail and the players from Cryptics, as well as the team coming through there from the side of Virtual Gaming, find themselves in a beautiful setup. But it's still going to be quite a bit of a challenge because, I mean, there's 15 teams left, 58 players still remaining. I mean, they are just going to be pushed up on towards each other. So you can see YONKOUS now ascending down on it to the players here from INTRUDER. Beautiful trade-off coming in from either side. Rauf now up ahead. Down goes yet another player for the side here of YONKOUS. And it is going to be up to Weiss to try and bring in those final plays quickly, just hopping into the vehicle. But look at this, Triple Esports coming in to add a little bit of pressure onto these players. Lewis currently still looking pretty good, pretty decent. But here we go, Weiss now looking to see if you can find that angle on towards Triple. I'm liking this third-party approach play coming in here from the players of Triple. But I don't think Weiss going to make it. No, down he goes as the players here from Triple Esports sends them off. And, well, now we are down to 15 players. Or 15 teams, rather, 14.
Yeah, as you said it, it's just dropping like flies. I love the approach that we're seeing from Triple Esports. A very different team than what we've been seeing at least today so far, especially with the pressure that they have. And you can see in the elimination feed as well, we've got Next Level and Super Young Stars having a little bit of contention themselves. So far, both teams dropping to 2 players each. YONKOUS now having a little bit of time to get some recovery going up to the 3 players that they wanted to. And they might be turning their attention right back towards Triple Esports to get a little bit of that revenge and say, hey, you stole some of our kills here. We want them back. Looking at it now, eliminations up for grabs, as many of these teams making rotations shoulder to shoulder. And we still have so many teams that have to get into the zone, get into safety, still so situated towards that eastern side. And they're going to be running through every single team possible, trying to get into safety here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be an absolutely essential position for Virtual Gaming, right? They've got the high ground, so many teams positioned up ahead of them. They can just rain down terror onto these teams. But, I mean, Alphalugi and the rest of the team, a little bit of a spread approach. I understand why, because they've got, a portion of zone to worry about behind them. But I'd like to see another player just, supporting Alphalugi on this approach, trying to hold up this frontline play here. Because if they are able to do that, they could actually cause quite a bit of a problem there for the Masters. But of course, look at this. Boy, just a third-party peeking the heck out of that situation. Of course, 1 million also going to be trying to get ahead of the blue. The shots still raining in from behind as we have the players there from Triple Esports coming in with some cheeky hits. And 1 million getting caught up in the crossfire here. Flex now trying to make something work, trying to send that nade over, but does receive a few in response. Come on, it gets really close, but look at Kato. Kato trying to wrap around that side. Blue zone in play. The pressure is on Mad Knight trying to clean up the house here. Will they be able to pull it off, though? I mean, I don't want to be Flex in this position because he doesn't really have a lot of options. But with that, the blue zone proves to be a bit of a saving grace. Wow, that was just amazing.
Wow, that was the heel strat coming through in clutch somehow, some way for 1 million esports, still down with 1 player alive, hopefully able to get into safety here. And Mad Knight as well, down to 1 player because that fight extended a little bit too long than what they would have wanted. 5 layers deep in the zone, not where you want to be. And Beautiful strat there coming through for 1 million. Eflex just healing it up and just making sure that they're going to be staying alive. The zone doing all the work for them. But look at this contention that we're seeing. Next level, virtual gaming, 4KT now pulling up on virtual gaming, looking for a spot of their own. And 4KT, Team Umbra Masters already in the zone, fighting on the edge there just to get into safety. Everyone now in a position here where unfortunately it's not going to be an easy path in.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, particularly now that the zone has shifted up on towards the north. And now it's going to be a bit of a fight here to play King of the Hill. But I mean, the players here from Virtual Gaming, a very interesting position. They just need to try and utilize the heck out of that play. But here we go now, as Super Young Stars also start to venture up onto those hilltops. Cryptics making a very slow rotation towards the north, not having too much ground really to cover. You know, there's no dire need for that. But we do see that the kill feed really starting to light on up as the players from Slime 4KT are also trying to establish a bit of a position. Next level, also now still trying to figure out where exactly it is that they want to go. As we see Lusail, ooh, getting ready to get a bit aggressive. Next level, cooking up the nades, sending it out. But so many teams now still just sharing the position here up on the hill over in towards this northwestern territory. And I mean, the pressure is going to be high. This is like a little bit of a city fight breaking out. And with that, of course, YONKOUS, we say goodbye to them as they get sent away. We are down to only 11 remaining teams. 10 remaining teams as Darkness also gets sent on off. But here we go, the pressure starting to build. Teams not wanting to expose their positions unnecessarily. Next level, just holding strong. Lusail also don't want to do anything where they put themselves in a bit of an uncomfortable position. We see Watson holding up on the roof. Next level, still trying to find a good approach here. I mean, yes, they are utilizing the hard cover for the time being, but once this next zone comes in, they're going to have to make a potential shift. And of course, we do see the players there from Cryptics now also starting to come in from that southern side as the team from Umbra also make their way back into the lobby. And 9 teams now remain left to fight it out for this winner chicken dinner.
And a lot of space to work with here, and of course Cryptics finding SWAT 69, and still it seems like the tables have been turned here for next level, because yes, they have the hard cover as you've mentioned, but they might have to make that rotation all the way to Cryptics, and time is of the essence. They do not want to be caught out here, but Lusail just holding the line, not wanting to give next level any sort of space to maneuver or give them any sort of opportunity to get out of the situation. They want some eliminations to be confirmed, and Cryptics just want to make sure that SWAT 69 are sent back to the lobby, and that might be it for them. Masters Esports now feeling a little bit of pressure as well, but Lusail so ready to take this pressure, so ready to take the trigger to get on into the building here, but Unknown holding that doorway, making sure that they do not have an opening.
Well, I mean, we did see a crazy zone shift coming through there as well. We can see the players, of course, now from Cryptics. Now, the only team currently in zone, we can see a little bit of that on the mini-map, but the rest of the lobby positioned to the north of the zone. Everyone now having to reposition, relocate, and make their way back up in towards the zone. We do see a few players getting ready to potentially hop into a vehicle or two. Of course, there we have now Slime 4KT Storm getting ready to push, getting ready to advance. But it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. And I mean, Cryptics already just reading this whole situation, setting themselves up so beautifully. As you can see, Senka and the rest of the team already now just holding those angles. But of course, this is 6-phase blue zone. This is going to be absolutely devastating if the teams are not able to get ahead. But look at this now. Cryptics, they are going to be on the receiving end. They're just going to be sitting there, just welcoming everyone to their zone. So much so that we see only Senka being the player that is currently situated within zone. The rest of the team actually pushing further forward to go out looking for more of those elims. But next level, Lusail, oh, finding themselves in a bit of a tough spot. Masters also now biting the dust. And here we go. Storm rotating up to the edge, getting picked up. Nowhere really left to go as we see Lusail and Cryptics come raining on down on towards them. Watson now trying to make a bit of a stand, bit of a play. But look at this position. Look at this whole region. Oh, the players here from Virtual and Slime also now just going to town on each other. Oh, but with that, Slime 4KT reign supreme in their fight. But with that, it is down to the last 3 remaining teams. And of course, Cryptics, they're not going to be backing out of this one. They send Slime 4KT back. And it is now what is left of the side here of Lusail. As we can see, it is Wanted and Watson up against the entirety of the squad from Cryptics. Oh, easy pickings. And there we go. Cryptics adding yet another chicken dinner to their belt, just raking them in. An absolutely fantastic play. They got so close in the previous match, and this time around they stepped up to lock that one in, bring it home. Fantastic performance by Cryptics once again.
And they had everything going in their favor there. I mean, yes, we saw Lusail and 4KT having a little bit of, a little bit of contention. Next Level was involved just shortly before, but what were they going to do after that fight? They have to run into zone. And the only way into zone is into a wide open field that Cryptics just have full purview of. They're just sitting and waiting. They're like, come on, bring it more to me. I want it. And Cryptics really just perfect positioning there towards the end. They really found the optimal position. And I feel like we've been having sort of a blessed Cryptics day. I don't know. I keep waiting for you to say hashtag blessed for Cryptics because all of the zones keep moving towards them. It feels like it's just perfectly going for Cryptics here. I mean, first the 18 kills that we saw coming through, now getting their third win. I can't even say this. Their third winner chicken dinner.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
mean, they're on a roll, they're on a roll, but also it's the experience that we see coming through here. You know, they took their time yesterday. They flexed a little bit with those 2 chickens, just like I said before, reminding the teams who they are. You know, just like we're here. Don't forget about us. And now coming into today, exactly, they come in and they're like, you know what? Let's style it up a little bit. Let's make it a little bit more challenging. Let's see how these teams can cope with all these different plays. And I mean, Cryptics, they were quiet for quite some time during that match, right? Just playing the zone, playing the position. They came in, they snuck in on that southern side of the zone, moving up towards the north because everyone was so focused on those buildings in Chumasera. And that was absolutely prime positioning for Cryptics. They just sat back and they were like, well, thank you so much, and just went to town, taking down everyone up ahead of them. And, well, fortunately for them, that was everyone else who was left in the lobby.
I still can't actually understand how perfectly that really went for Cryptics because I was just sitting and watching it back. I was like, cool, Lusail, they might win this fight, but they have to do the exact same thing that 4KT did and get sandwiched between Cryptics and Masters, who then got taken out by Cryptics, and then Cryptics was like, well, we can just sit and watch you. Thank you very much. I mean, beautiful performance coming through from Cryptics, exactly what you needed. A polished execution there towards the final zone, and I can't even fault them for anything that they did.
Well, let's have a quick look at the highlights from this past match, just to remind you how awesome it was and what Cryptics actually did. Absolutely crazy stuff coming in right there once again. I mean, just Cryptic reading that whole phase, that whole zone so beautifully. And I mean, as I said before, that is clearly evident of the experience they have as a team. It is so beautiful to see teams utilizing knowledge that they've been able to build up through a lot of experience playing in all these different competition and events. So it's quite beautiful to witness that actually happening on the screen. And as we saw before, going into the match, they were already sitting on 106 points. Now they just keep on adding more and more points to the board. But fortunately, as we know, this is just league week, league days. So this is purely to get teams up into Super Weekend where the points matter, right? So Cryptics currently sitting on 28 points, 13 elims coming through. We look a little bit further down. We see the players there from RTG Esports coming in with also 10 elims. Unfortunately, no placement points, but this again just proves how essential it is to be aggressive, right? If you bring in enough of those elims, you can still see yourself ending very well on the points And of course, we do see only 5 teams sitting on double digits. But we were waiting for Slime 4KT to step it up, and they delivered on that front, coming in with this 15 points for this match. And second page, this is where things are looking a little bit more tough. But again, that's just how the cookie crumbles, as you said before.
Look, I think you're sugarcoating it a little bit there with the cookies, but it's looking very dire for the teams that are sitting in those bottom 4 spots, right? Especially I was looking at Intruder, I was looking at SWAT 69, who I thought were very, very close to getting through into that threshold. And you mentioned Intruder wanted a little bit more points because they were so close. And now with this performance coming through from the rest of the teams, like YONKOUS, they've kicked them out into those bottom 4 spots. So now we've got Intruders, we've got SWAT 69, Triple Esports, Mad Knights, if my calculations are correct, that are in the danger, that are in the dire straits that they need to now perform absolutely out of their minds in these last 2 maps if they get a chance to play, because of course we know groups are swapping in and out.
Yeah, next up we are going to be seeing the players from Group B sitting one out. But let's have a look and see what the overall ranking situation currently is, right? Because you were talking about calculations and looking to see where we think the teams are, right? But of course, as we can see, the players from Cryptics, no doubt of where they are. Currently sitting up in pole position on 134 points. Of course, Lusail right there up alongside them, sitting on 85. So we still have one more game to go for Cryptics, Lusail, Team Umbra, and the players there from Darkness, right? One more to go, and then they are done for the day. The rest of the teams still having 2 more opportunities to go, right? Next up is going to be Erangel. After that, the final match of the day, which will be right back over on towards Miramar once again. So we could still see quite a few changes coming through on this front, with teams having, their final opportunities to establish themselves, bring in those necessary points. But, this is going to be the one in which we see the players from Group B taking a bit of a rest, having a bit of a break for at least one match before returning up into our final match of the day. So I'm curious to see what the players from the side there of Cryptics, Darkness, Mad Knight, and Team Umbra are going to be doing already. We know where Cryptics is, but the rest of the teams still having those opportunities. Unique, they're going to be one of the teams that are going to be taking a break for this next up match. So definitely they'll have to try and continue to push. But as you said before, Intruder, SWAT 69, Triple Esports, and Mad Knight, not in the most ideal position, and they're running out of options, right? Triple Esports, they will only have the last match. The same, of course, is almost the situation for Mad Knight. The next match is going to be the last match for Mad Knight to try and bring in some points on the leaderboard. After that, it's going to be the last match for the players coming in there from the side of Triple. So definitely quite a few things that these teams will have to try and think of ways of potential strategies they could apply to ensure that they lock in one of those top 16 points. But of course, well, we also have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So definitely looking to see what kind of energy the teams are going to be bringing into these final 2 matches of the day.
You just had to throw the pun in there, didn't you? You just had to throw it in there. But absolutely, I mean, 4 teams, they know what they need to do. They have their story in front of them. They know where they need to go. And actually 16 and 17 players are tied with 31 points. It's still so close. Bring us those last bits of action because we want to see it. Still 2 more maps left.
Yeah, so the stakes are going to be pretty high, especially now for Group B and Group A, as they are definitely moving into their final matches, right? So Group C, Group D, and Group E still have a little bit of a ways to go. They still have 2 matches to play and push through and, bring in some crazy plays there. But, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see what these teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield. I mean, Cryptics, kind of the only team at this point that can take a bit of a breather, right? They don't have to be too concerned. I'm pretty sure that their position is kind of locked in moving into that super weekend. But the rest of the teams, anything can still happen, Anything can be brought to the battlefield. We could see a few surprise performances, exactly like we had coming in from the players there from Zero Tolerance Skills just yesterday, who moved all the way from 20th place right up to 10th. So there's a lot of potential, but we'll have to wait and see what they bring to our next match, which will be on Erangel. So without further ado, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. So stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. If you guys are just joining us, you've missed out on some pretty spicy action. The first 3 games, absolutely on fire. We are getting closer to the end of our final day of league play in this first week. And of course, first 3 maps done and dusted. We are heading over towards the 4th one. For some of the teams, this is going to be their final match. And they got to do everything within their power to try and secure themselves those slots up into the top 16, because we know once this match is done for them, there's not going to be any other opportunities, at least today, to secure a slot in the first super weekend, and they'll have to wait until next week before having yet another opportunity to potentially qualify for super weekend. But definitely the stakes are going to be pretty high moving into our final Erangel of the day. So I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing into this one, Matt, is.
Yeah, look, if I'm thinking about it, we were talking about it a bit off stream. So many of the teams towards, I'd say that bottom 6, bottom 7, still have an opportunity. I'm going to take it back to zero tolerance because they were the first to do such a massive jump. One good game, one decent game can take you all the way from 20th to 10th place. And then you've got padding to go. You've got points to spare to get you into Super Weekend. So we need these teams. Specifically, I want Mad Knight, I want Triple Esports, SWAT 69, and Intruder Africa, who are in those bottom 4, to have a good game. Just even a decent game, because the points are so close. It's like we're going from 35 to 34 to 32 to 31 to 28. I mean, come on. Yep. It's nothing. It's maybe one team wipe, maybe getting yourself up into top 10, top 8, and then you're there.
Yeah, I mean, we can see currently the players there from Triple Esports are sitting out on this one. But also Super Young Stars, they are not 100% safe in their position just yet. Yes, they are in 12th place. But as we can see, looking at the point distribution there, okay, it's still very close. So we'll have to wait and see what these teams are going to be bringing into this battlefield right here. So for 4 of the teams coming in from Group A, this is going to be their final rumble, their final showdown, right up on it to the lovely land of Erangel. So we'll have to wait and see what it is that they're going to be bringing in. Of course, it is going to be the players from Cryptics, Darkness, Mad Knight, and Team Umbra. So Mad Knight, the team currently sitting over in 20th place. They have to bring it. They have to dial it up. They have to dial it in if they're looking to bring in an absolutely fantastic performance. But of course, we do see them all the way over towards that Promore side and a lovely southern zone. So we were asking for, or at least I was, asking for a southern zone on the previous Erangel. This time around, the PUBG gods listened and they delivered. But of course, we also see that Western Bridge being smack dab center zone. So I've been waiting for a little bit of that bridge action to come through, right? And this is exactly what the teams are going to be bringing us. And of course, Nacho is going to be kicking it off there, finding a lovely elim on it towards one of the players there from Zero Tolerance as they get sent away. And that was good old Lord getting sent back. And an unfortunate start for Zero Tolerance, losing one of their players so early on in the game. But, you know, that's just kind of what it is.
You were joking, but in my head, I was like, oh, Southern Zone. But I didn't want to say it because I felt like if I said it, PUBG would have heard me and said, no, thank you. You're not getting that today. But yes, we've got that Southern Zone. I don't want to speak too much about it because I feel like if I get excited, I'm not going to get what I want. So, you know, hopefully Sansa will come to PUBG Mobile. Let's take a look and see what the rest of the teams are taking a look at. Very congested towards that northern side. So, I mean, many of the teams, especially if we're taking a look at Virtual Gaming towards Severny, are going to have a nice peaceful time going through their looting phase, and they can have quite a good setup going through to those rotations. But talking about rotations, going through Rozhok, going through School and Ruins, heavily congested right now. The northern part of the zone, heavily contested, which is where majority of our teams are finding themselves. So I don't know how those rotations are going to end up when we get to, you know, the zones coming through, and maybe depending on where that zone's going to shift once again. For you, DK, are you seeing any potential, you know, best spots for rotations here?
Well, heading down to Millie Base. Or just moving closer to those bridges, that could be a really good starting point for a lot of these teams. But, you know, currently we do see a little bit of congestion. Also over on towards that eastern side, as we were looking on towards Yasnaya, with the players there from the side of Slime 4KT, having a few teams sharing the space there with them. But also a little bit further down, we do see Intruder now having a bit of a back and forth here with Blackjack and Zane coming through with the VSS there, trying to send it over towards Rauf. Rauf, of course, being the first player out for Intruder previously. This time around, he is able to just get the heck out of dodge and just make his way into a little bit more of a secure position further in towards that zone. And it does seem like Rauf is trying to get as far south, potentially maybe heading, I don't know, maybe to the bridge, or he could also be just going towards Farm or Malta along the way. But we do see a lot of that proactiveness coming through from the teams now, right? So SWAT 69 heading right down towards that western bridge. We got the players from Myth also now starting to rotate out of the position they had in Chinky, also following suit, heading towards more center zone. Meanwhile, up north, Cryptics, they just having a very chill moment. 1 million also up there, North George, just taking it very cool, calm, and collected. And, you know, the team's not being too hastily with their rotations just yet. Just going through the looting phase. They still have a bit of time. But I do think once the teams really start converging into zone, things are going to start heating up, particularly for the teams that are in need of points. And I mean, we said Mad Knight going to be one of those teams, but they are in a really good setup for the time being, of in towards Ferry Pier, Promorsk. You know, it's quite a comfortable position for them to be in.
Absolutely. And I mean, one of the few teams that actually has already made that early rotation was Intruders, who might actually spot out next level with a little bit of a sandwich maneuver, as well as one of their players is right behind them. So that's going to be a pretty interesting, you know, contention that we might be seeing here. But looking at G3 Temper, just hot on the heels of Team Myth, of course, making that rotation to the Western Bridge, as we've mentioned, which is smack dab in the middle of zone, and potentially might just be holding on to see where, you know, that zone is going to be making the rotation, because making an investment to go all the way to military base and then, you know, maybe having the zone turn around and saying, sorry, I'm going to be going north side, you can make that rotation all the way back, would be very detrimental for some of these teams. For teams like Intruder or Next Level, who are already on that military island, might be a little bit easier for them to get back into this with the addition of those new bridge changes. So I'm very keen to see something happening there, but again, so scared to talk too much about it because I feel like PUBG is listening and the zone is not going to work with me. So moving on, you know, if we're going to just not ignore what I've just said, Next Level and Intruders, you know, are you also seeing the weird split that we have with Allah still there towards Lpovka, you know, prison, and then half of them towards military?
It's definitely an interesting split, but we had a very similar split coming in for the Intruders. I mean, Rauf was all the way up north, now connecting back up with the rest of the team all the way down on towards that military island. So quite a lengthy rotation coming through for Rauf here, but fortunately was able to make it through relatively unscathed. Yes, it bumped into a few things along the way, but you know, nothing too bad just yet. Of course, we do see a few engagements now continue elsewhere, as we were looking at the players there from G3 rolling up behind the team there of Myth. So Myth now also coming in with a little bit of a retaliation, looking to defend their position. But SWAT 69 also just a little bit further over on towards that eastern side, just hugging that coastal edge and just trying to see if they could maybe set themselves up potentially towards the sixes when we have there. But here we have the players now from G3 also trying to see if they can find anything. I mean, you said they rolled up behind Team Myth here. And it does seem like Myth kind of heard them rolling on through, turned around and said, you know what, might as well. If not, why not?
You know, and I love that you mentioned SWAT 69. I'm actually staring at the position that they're holding right now. That ridge line there by the bridge, beautiful visibility, not only towards the mainland, but also what's coming through from the bridge. So depending on either way, whichever the way the zone is going to be pulling, they have such a fantastic position to just hold the containment for the teams making their rotations through, that they could potentially start picking up a couple of kills as teams are trying to, you know, find a little bit of safety. And if we're talking about safety, can we talk about Masters Esports still finding themselves within the zone, taking a good old sweet time trying to rotate in, but they have to go straight through Slime 4KT here, DK. I don't know about you, but that's the last team that I want to be fighting if I want to get into safety.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty challenging play, whichever way they take it. But we do see a lot of teams also now just hugging the edge of zone. I mean, Climb, yes, trying to rotate up. We do have our lovely point of contention right here between Myth and G3. But if we look at the rest of the map, we see 1 million all the way up north. They do have the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming rotating in right behind them. And then, of course, Cryptics still taking it to cool, calm, and collected. Yes, they've been able to establish a little bit of a position within zone, but nothing too crazy, nothing too hectic. I do think they're waiting till those later phases before they really start dialing it up. But I mean, looking at Intruder and Next Level, they are still positioned on that military island. The Next Level also coming through with that rotation, as we can see. Allah, you pointed him out before, just trying to wrap around the main island there, trying to push up and rejoin back onto the military island. But it's going to be interesting because Next Level and Intruder actually in a quite a surprising position. They could potentially be pushing up from that southern side. For the time being, the zone is 50-50 between Millie and that main island. So it could still take a swing in either of those directions. You can, of course, see the players here from 1 million frantically scanning the region. They did hear some vehicles off in the distance. They might potentially have spotted the players there from Virtual Gaming, but they're not taking any well, outlandish decisions just yet, right? They're trying to play it as best they can. And that is kind of a trend we see. Yes, a lot of that's kind of what we see coming in from a lot of the teams. They want to try and survive as long as they can. And I mean, it's also often that we see quite a large number of teams making it into those later zones.
Absolutely. And again, I want to go back to SWAT 69, smack bam in the middle of zone, and smack bam in a fantastic position once again, just to watch what's going on around them. I do still see half of Cryptics still there towards Georgia Pool, so I'm wondering what's happening there. Maybe they're not quite looted up as to, you know, their preference, but either way, they don't seem to be. They have no reason to be stressed. I don't even know why I'm looking at them. They're perfectly fine with their points. Team Umbra as well, fairly, you know, set up. If we're taking a look at their overall ranking, sitting in 3rd place, but they're happy to take a couple of kills away from, you know, potential other competitors that are looking to get themselves in that top 16. And of course, I do want to point out, you know, Next Level and Intruders have been joined by the hip all the way from prison. I was watching that rotation. Now, you know, making that split and trying to get into zone. And now, unfortunately, Allah not even making it to the rest of the team, as we do see the knock coming through. But I don't know. It's just like the shoulder-to-shoulder rotations that we keep seeing. It's like these teams are just buddying up and unfortunately, very unfortunately, staying together because as well, we still have Masters right behind Slime 4KT, another duo we were talking about. So I don't know. It feels like we're having some car chases going down. We haven't seen car parks on fence yet, but we're seeing car chases at least.
Well, you know what they say, great minds think alike, right? So that's what we have happening here. Teams finding a very similar kind of rotation up in towards the zone. It does result in some pretty exciting plays as they do a little bit of those drive-by engagements, but we also now have a nice positioning of a lot of teams currently set up within the zone. I mean, we've got Virtual Gaming coming in from the north. We've got the players from Darkness currently on screen, just positioned right there on the coastal side. And of course, Slime 4KT also just managing to make it into zone, but quickly turning around, bringing in those swivel plays, trying now to put a bit of a stop to the players here from the Masters. We can see Ban also cooking up a little bit of a nade, trying to send it over Aimer. Quickly putting up a much-needed med kit. Oh, there we go, just in the nick of time. But is he going to be able to get out of that position? The zone now continuing to shift a little bit further away, moving up towards the players there from SWAT 69, actually finding themselves nearly smack dab center zone. Again, we still have that western bridge being in play, so it could be a good opportunity now for the players there from Next Level to make something happen. But here we go as Masters are looking to apply a bit of pressure onto Slime 4KT. Slime, they don't seem to be too phased, right? It does seem like they are looking to prioritize maybe getting repositioned towards the zone instead of getting into what could maybe be quite a costly engagement here with the Masters.
Yeah, look, time is of the essence, and already there's been quite a heavy investment like that nade there from Aimer towards Ban from both sides. I mean, they're wasting quite a bit of time just trying to get a result from this. Either it's going to go towards Slime 4KT or it's going to go towards Masters, but either way, the time that they're spending with this fight is wasting time for their rotations, which many of the other teams have not been doing. Early rotations coming through for them, but we'll have to see what's going to come down with this 4KT and Masters contention coming through. And it does look like Masters are dripping blood right now. It's Bamboo left alive for Masters as the solo. Ban is still alive, but Rez has to come through, and that zone is going to be making it all the more difficult. And of course, we've got so many teams that have just completely left these two teams to their devices. So yes, they're going to get that confirmation, but they're also going to be 3 layers deep in the zone and just going to have to disengage one way or another. Taking that rotation through towards, you know, the sort of 50-50 that we have with the main island and military, sort of favoring more the main island there towards Pachinki still involved. I think we're going to see a lot of chaos. We also saw Intruders actually disengage completely from military. They left it. They said it's not worth it anymore, and they made the right call.
Yeah.
But man, look at that contention. Look at how many teams are there towards the eastern side of that zone.
Yeah, I mean, zone is looking pretty crazy, but of course, now speaking about crazy, right? Cryptics, Carry Boy, Senke, Marshall, Lazy Boy, they've now decided to roll up onto edge of zone. YONKOUS, part of the welcoming committee, but coming in with a bit of a 2-2 split. So I'm not quite sure whether or not this is going to be an easy play for YONKOUS. They are really going to be put to the test. As we can see, you know, Cryptics could potentially get ready now to apply their pressure. Marshall could now maybe be spotting out a half-lick here. But this is, if I had to choose to be a team, I would not want to be YONKOUS currently in this position. But of course, you know, they just got to keep it quiet, not disclose their positions just yet. Marshall, meanwhile, is going to be focusing all the way across, trying to pick up those hits towards the players there from Virtual. And the pressure is going to start mounting. I mean, YONKOUS need to play this one almost textbook. They need to just keep quiet as long as humanly possible without making anything happen. And it so far does seem to be paying off. Cryptics rotating away. YONKOUS now breathing a big sigh of relief as they are able to survive another potential zone. But of course, that rotation is now going to be of the utmost importance there for them. The rest of the teams, as you can see on the map, continuing to make their advances in towards the zone. Umbra coming in right on towards the edge up in the northeastern side. But this is now where next level needs to find a way across that bridge, rotating back up onto the main island. But they are going to face a little bit of a challenge because they got G3 Miss and the players there from Mad Knight positioned right in their rotational path.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're the one team that's not having a breath of, and a sigh of relief, unfortunately, with that zone shift coming through. The only team that was still making that heavy investment into Military Island, and they're going to start their rotation now. They might just make it in the nick of time, depending on which way Mad Knight are going to choose to set up. And of course, on our screens right now, we can see quite a bit of contention going down. Darkness actually finding Slime 4KT. So they're looking to be picking up a couple of eliminations here and setting themselves up very, very nicely going into this one. And Blackjack Esports just looking for a little bit of revenge. I mean, they're a duo right now. They've only got 2 players to work with here, and they're actively looking for anyone and everyone to just pick up those elimination points. But I love what I'm seeing from these teams. Again, that proactive sort of energy coming through, and teams desperately trying to find an angle in to really lay a good platform and good groundwork for them to pick up as many points as humanly possible. But speaking about that, still many teams having to make a rotation in, and both the left and right side of the zone heavily contested, and the only way for many of these teams to actually get in.
Yeah, it is going to be quite challenging, but of course now G3 trying to turn the tables here on Myth. Ooh, Buren coming in with a nice grenade, hitting it right into the midst there of Team Myth. Ramsey now quickly trying to reposition, but they got to be careful because, you know, they're on the edge of zone. Yes, blue zone is closing in, but they need to try and find a good angle of approach. Broly, meanwhile, is going to be trying to just tick away there, but Cryptics position smack dab center zone for the time being, finding themselves an absolutely beautiful setup there. I mean, they can reach so far around them. Looking at how far we are into these late few phases, not a lot of distance really to the edge of that zone. So Cryptics, no surprise to see them starting to reach a little bit further to those edges, but of course Zero Tolerance are going to be trying to make advances. Myths now also trying to see which way around they're going to try and float this boat. Of course, Mad Knight, this is their last match, their last opportunity to bring in some of those much needed points. And of course, Romeo here from the side of Intruder is now just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with Zane up on the edge of the cliffs here. But Blackjack having quite a bit of a tough time. Zane is the last remaining hopeful, just barely managing to make their way up onto the edge of the zone.
Yeah, for Zane right now, of course, Intruder have full purview of what's happening, and Slime for KT is going to be pulling up right behind them shortly. So not a good position, but we'll see how far they can take this through. Blackjack Esports, either way, they're feeling very comfortable, so I don't think there's too much pressure with Zane. But look at that zone shift now, once again, towards what we can say is just the absolute blessed team of the day. Cryptics now, again, in position here with G3 Temper and alongside Zero Tolerance. Myth just on the edge can move in pretty easily. And for Mad Knight, I'd say get in as quickly as you can. Once that res is up and Adam, you want to get yourself set up because, as we said, last opportunity for Mad Knight, and they are currently dead last. Still have an opportunity to get themselves into Super Weekend, but it has to be a huge game coming through here, DK. They need to get kill points. They need to get as close to that winner chicken dinner as they possibly can to make such a big jump up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of hard work still to come on through. But, well, now we see those engagements starting to bring themselves in as the players here from Mad Knight get into a little bit of a back and forth here with Next Level. Up comes Tyson. Oh, come on. Are they going to be able to close it up? Trying everything. Bit of a back and forth, up and down, cat and mouse. Oh, beautiful trade-off. Oh, Tyson getting picked up. It is now up to unknown. And Agent 47, who will be the one to reign supreme? And with that, oh, Mad Knight pick up some much-needed points. But up comes Myth now, trying to add insult to injury. Agent 47 making a quick, hasty retreat, trying to get away, but the pressure is on. And with that, unfortunately, down they go. Darkness, Umbra, everyone now moving up. But, well, I mean, Cryptics just capitalizing on their position within the zone. And with that, down to our final 10 teams as Blackjack 2 gets sent back. But now, we do have a few more players just on the edge of either the blue zone or the zone itself. SWAT 69 and the players here from the side of Intruder being some of those teams having to just get on through. You see those hits come in. I mean, SWAT 69 still looking pretty great, but up comes Cryptics, smack dab center zone, just reaching all the way across. They got their fingers in so many pies at this moment. I mean, this could be leaning in a particular direction. I don't want to say anything just yet, but I'm pretty sure everyone can figure out what I'm referring to in this one.
Don't say anything. We're not casters cursing anything. We're just gonna watch the action as it unfolds. Definitely, I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm not gonna say it either. Darkness now trying to make a rotation in, but as we said, that Cryptics with perfect purview, 360 vision at this moment in time, and they're using that to their advantage to take out as many teams as humanly possible. All of the teams trying to get into zone, but they're being contained to the outer edge by none other than Cryptics, who really have no reason to go this hard into a game, but they, as you mentioned, they're making a little bit of a flex here, making a little bit of a statement. They're taking out Intruder as well. Weiss going down, and now Romeo feeling the brunt of the bullets that Cryptics are dishing out. Still many teams having to make those rotations in. Zero Tolerance also in contention here alongside SWAT 69, but look at that blue zone doing the damage 5 layers deep. It is not a place you want to be, and where else can you go? Into the crosshairs of Cryptics? Not good options here.
But I mean, this is as Span Cargo would say, this is disgusting, right?
Oh yeah.
Because Cryptics now getting zone blessed once again. Another zone shift, smack dab center zone. You got 2 players on the edge. I mean, if they had reached before, now I don't even know what we're going to be calling this, but it is absolutely insane positional play coming through from the side there of Cryptics. Of course, as we can see, we've got a few stragglers on the map here. YONKOUS down to 1. Now that the knock came through, we also have Flacco still trying to survive over on towards that western side. But up comes Myth now. Broly trying to see if they can reach in with that. Oh, Intruder having to pack their bags. Darkness on 1, G3 on 1, Zero Tolerance on 1. YONKOUS, as I said before. But Myths and the players here from Cryptics still rocking those full squads, having a very, very dominating position. But now, Myths are going to be looking to challenge Cryptics. Let's see, will they be able to pull it off? There we go, Moment coming in, blazing with the weapons. Lazy Boy quickly dropping down, picking up the first knock. Let's see if the rest of the team is going to come moving in. Ideally, we'd like to see the whole team moving up as a unit, but here we have them. Ramsey, the first one. Is it going to be a slaughter? Oh, what? Beautiful nade coming in there from Carry Boy. Carry Boy holding on. Marshall coming in for some reinforcements as Lazy Boy gets sent back. It is now Farouk turning around, sending in those utilities, looking to close it up, trying to cook up the nade. Takes a little bit too long, misses a beautiful opportunity, but up comes Broly, rolling in, crashing Marshall along the way. But man, surprisingly, Cryptics, they are still okay.
Ah, I don't understand team myth.
21 though. 21 eliminations. I mean, we were talking about this before. I said, you know, Team Cryptics, they playing like a Python strategy, right? They apply a little bit of pressure, and as they keep going, they apply more and more and more and more and more. And this is what they're doing. This is now just become a runaway performance. I mean, Cryptics, 21 eliminations. There's 3 players standing between them and yet another winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and Team Myth trying to do the rest of the lobby a favor there to try and take Cryptics out, but it didn't quite go the way that they planned. Somehow, some way, Cryptics just snaking their way out of that situation and still within center zone with full purview of everything that's going around them. I said 360 vision, they've still got it. They still have an opportunity and all the cover that they can work with to really take as many of these remaining teams out for the count. There's still 5 players alive, all right? So that does mean that 2 of the other players, they can at least get up to 23 kills. Potentially, which they definitely have an opportunity to do so because they have the most numbers. Darkness with the solo, G3 Temper with the solo. It's Flacco, it's Whiskey that are trying to hold on to something here for their respective teams, but what can they do? That zone is going to force them right into the crosshair there of Cryptics, who know exactly what they need to do. They have the information. They know exactly where Flacco is thanks to that beautifully thrown nade. And they know exactly where Whiskey is lying in wait. So they might be getting out the designated driver strats as we say that Carry Boy hunting and looking for something. Gonna jump out of the buggy, find the initial kill there onto Flacco. Down to 2 teams remaining. I say that, but it isn't 2 teams. It's 3 versus 1. It's Whiskey out for the count. It's Cryptics picking up another winner chicken dinner. And I'm out of breath, DK. Can we just... Whew, can we take a break? What's going on?
Yeah, that was just pure insanity coming through there for the side of Cryptics. I mean, yeah, they look pretty happy with themselves in the photos that they took beforehand, and I mean, I think that is a pretty accurate currently because I mean, they just coming through. They look so cool, so calm. You know, like you know what. It's fine. We got this. We got this. We'll just do it. And they step up, adding yet another chicken dinner. But this time, going a little bit above and beyond, you know, bringing in over 20 eliminations. But, I mean, looking at the positioning they had moving into those zones, they just set themselves up so beautifully. We've seen it a few times with teams who move into center zone. It's not always the most ideal position to be in because you are getting pressured by the teams surrounding you. But I mean, Cryptics took it to the next level. They were like, all right, go center zone and now pressure the teams on the outside of the zone, right? So before they can pressure us, let's pressure them. And I mean, they were just absolutely demolishing the lobby.
Again, that's an understatement because this is the highest amount of kills that we've seen so far in the first PMPL Africa. And look, I don't think they're stopping anytime soon. Again, what we said, for league play, do enough to get yourself into Super Weekend. So you can bet that all of these teams aren't showing all of their cards. You know, they've still got a couple of strats in their back pocket that they're holding on to. And if that is the case with Cryptics, after a performance that we've seen in the last 2 days, I'd be scared. I'd be very scared if I was any of the other teams on the same lobby as Cryptics. But beautiful performance, and thank you to Cryptics for giving us such a high kill count game with the winner chicken dinner. I can't wait to see the rankings later because, whoa! Math is not my strong suit, but I know I'm going to get excited for those numbers.
Yeah, so they dropped at least a minimum of 35 points, right? That is, we know the 15 from the chicken and then 20. I know they went past 20. How far past 20 they went? We'll find out. We'll find out. But I do think we're looking at like an absolutely absurd amount of points. I mean, I think it's like 38 points. Just a quick guess off the top of my head. But whichever way, absolutely phenomenal stuff coming in there from the side of Cryptics. But, you know, you said if you were any of the other teams, you would be scared, right? In all honesty, I think at this point, this is where the teams should not be scared, but should rather look and think, okay, cool, what can we try and do to kind of stand up against, you know, strategies like that we see coming through from Cryptics? Because yes, okay, it's league days, it's not as crucial as the performances we are going to be seeing coming through on Super Weekend, but definitely it could be a good platform for teams to kind of try and figure things out before they make their way up into Super Weekend, because I mean, Super Weekend is going to be a whole entire different beast all by itself, right? If you're impressed with what you're seeing now, just wait till Super Weekend. That's going to be like a whole different ball game. And of course, you know, it goes even further than moving up into the finals, where the teams take it even a few more notches up from that point. So there's still a lot to come from these teams, right? The performances we see currently coming in league play, I don't think it is 100% accurate or indicative of what we could be expecting from them. But you know what? Let's hop into a few of those highlights of the past match, just to see how insane it actually was. Pure insanity. I mean, that was just crazy, crazy to watch. But again, a very entertaining match nonetheless. And, you know, that was the final showdown for Cryptics for today, right? They wanted to ensure that they ended off on a really, really strong note. You know, just locking in that pole position even more so. But of course, that is just the end of our fourth match. We still have one more match to go. And as I said before, that was the final match for the teams situated over in Group A, right? Group B are going to be joining us back on the battlefield, moving into our final Miramar of today. And this is where it's going to be absolutely essential. Now, speaking about essential, let's have a look at the rankings to see where the teams currently are positioned, what the point situation is looking like, and who will have to bring in what. Of course, Cryptics, as we know, bringing in those 22 elims alongside the chicken, 37. All right, so, okay, cool. I missed it with 1 point, right? But
Close.
still, that is pretty crazy stuff to see, whichever way you look at it. And of course, you know, Darkness up in the mix there alongside Myth and G3 Temper. All three of the teams there in second, third, and fourth place, only having one player left at the end of this match. And, you know, those solos being put in a very challenging position, but either way, they held their own. Not ideally the kind of performance we were looking to see coming through from the side of G3, but either way, 12 points on the board, still nothing to be scoffing at. Of course, Zero Tolerance still ripping it up with a 9 points. We got YONKOUS and Slime4KT, who've been wanting to see performances from the whole entire day, still continuing to bring in the points. They're sitting on 6 and 5 points respectively. Mad Knight closing it up with 4 points. Will it be enough? We'll have to wait and see once we make our way towards the overall rankings. But of course, Team Umbra also coming in with their 4. And then as we see a little bit further down, next level, 1 million, as well as Masters walking away from this match entirely empty-handed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for some of the teams. Like we said, you know, Mad Knight, one of their last games that they can actually work with today. So, not an opportunity to get any more points, as you said. So, if they haven't made it already, they still have to wait for another game that the teams below them or above them can pick up more points. So, I don't know. I think if I was Mad Knight, I'd know what's going to be happening, but we'll have to see how those overall rankings are going to look like. It's just unfortunate if you're not going to be finding yourself in that first Super Weekend. So here they are, of course, Cryptics with 171 points. Still the first team to make triple digits and still the only team currently to make triple digits. Maybe we might see a few teams joining them with the next map, but absolutely dominating performance coming through from them. And again, very balanced. You know, 83 placement points, 83 eliminations. Pretty close, as you can really get. Lusail and G3 Temper, so close behind them, but not quite far. I mean, yeah. Anyway, we're gonna ignore the points for now. Going down the list, we've got Blackjack Esports, their Darkness, Slime for KT, some of the other teams that we were hoping to see a little bit more from today. YONKOUS really making a splash as we were waiting for them. Not quite the winner chicken dinner that you were hoping for, but they're getting close. They really are. And then we look at that threshold. 34 points is currently the threshold. Hasn't gone up by much. It was 31. Got up by 3. Yeah, it's close. It's so close.
It's tough competition. This is really tough competition because we saw now it was 31 or 34 rather. Here we come, Virtual Gaming, 33 points. So close, right? They are right there on the verge. But of course, we know the players from Virtual Gaming, SWAT 69, and Triple now have their final opportunity to try and still push up onto that top 16 position. So definitely, you know, we're going to be looking to see what the players will bring. Unfortunately, it does seem like the players there from Mad Knight not really bringing in enough points just yet. So it is unfortunate, but of course we look to see what the remaining teams are going to be doing and whether or not we'll have much of a change coming into the teams currently sitting up into those towards that top 16.
Yeah, look, unfortunate, but you still have other few super weekends to try and get into some points. You get some of those tasty winner chicken dinners. But for one more map, we have an opportunity for many of the other teams to really make a splash. So, like you said, Virtual Gaming, SWAT 69, Triple Esports. The game is on. One more opportunity to get into the first super weekend. You better make it count.
Yeah, and of course, you know, I'm gonna go get my popcorn ready because I think this final match is gonna be an absolute smasher. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short few minutes with our final match of league play for week 1, and then we'll see who's gonna be moving through into our first super weekend. So see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the final match on our second day of league play right here on our first week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Now, we've seen some absolutely fantastic plays come through. I mean, the players there from Cryptics just going to town and back to town once again. Already sitting on 4 chicken dinners that they've been able to acquire. So that means half of the matches they participated in, they got the chickens. I mean, that is absolutely insane stuff. But of course, this is going to be the last chance for the teams over in Group B, Group C, Group D, and Group E to show us what they've got and who will be our final 16 teams in the league play to make it into our very first super weekend. So the stakes couldn't be any higher than what we are going to be seeing moving into this final Miramar right here on day 2. And of course, without much further ado, here we go. And we also want to give a big shout out there to the Oppo Reno 6 series. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, speaking about upgrade performance and some upgraded fun, right? We are going to be seeing some upgraded insanity coming into this match. We have that flight path coming in over on towards that southeastern side of the map. So definitely making it quite challenging for the teams in this final rumble here. But as you can see on the left-hand side, all the teams with the 7, that means this is their final match. Of course, we have already seen the final match there for Cryptics, Team Umbra, the players from Darkness, as well as Mad Knight. So now it is that final fight. And as we look down to Masters Esports, Super Young Stars, Intruder Africa, 1 Million Esports, Virtual Gaming, SWAT 69, and Triple Esports, it is still very much neck in neck. You could even, just for the fun of it, throw the players there from Team Unique and Zero Tolerance in the mix as well. None of those positions are 100% secured just yet. So this is going to be the big fight to see who our final 16 teams will be. And once again, as the zone is shifting all the way down to that far southern side.
Look, all I can say is with a zone like that, I'm getting a little bit of flashbacks, and thankfully all I can say is Cryptics is not involved in this lobby this time around, because this would have been absolutely just blessings for them once again. But yeah, like you said, we've got the final game for League Play. One shot, one opportunity. You know how the rest goes, and we want to see who's going to be the first teams going through to our first super weekend of PMPL Africa Spring Split 2022. Absolutely a mouthful. And I saw you nearly, falter there in the beginning. So it's okay. You handled it well. We're going to see how the teams are going to handle the pressure now, though. As you can see, most of the eastern side completely bare, completely for anyone's taking. But most of the teams are going to be avoiding that for the time being. I did see the Virtual Gaming right in the smack middle of the zone. They're Chumashera. So they've got an opportunity. If they can hold that line, they might be able to set up and be the first team to set up there if it's going to stay there. I don't know, DK. I feel like the zone has been either too well behaved or too ill behaved, or at least just following Cryptics around for most of today.
No complaints on my side, right? I've learned through through all the events I've done. Like you just say thank you for the phase. You just say thank you for the zone. Wherever it decides to go, you just say thank you, because the moment you start complaining, that is when things get really, really messed up. RNG is a whole entire different beast all in of itself there. But of course, we did see some interesting drops coming through as well, right? The players here from SWAT 69 over all the way towards Puerto. So a very comfortable starting position here for them. Definitely not having much to concern themselves with just yet. They are relatively close to zone. But we also started off looking at the players there from Zero Tolerance, positioned all the way up towards Campo Militar, right? Now, that is going to be one crazy rotation. It is... It's pretty crazy. But, well, we'll have to wait and see which way around they are going to decide to rotate on through, because, they can't postpone the rotation too long. They have to be proactive, particularly rotating such a great distance, right? So I'm hoping to see them really be proactive with regards to those rotations, really bring it in, get themselves situated in a good position early on, because the more points that they are able to acquire, the better it is for them at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And we did see Slimefork AT turning their attention there towards the zone. And thankfully for them, and unthankfully for Intruders, it goes right through Intruders. So many of the other teams also still having to make those shoulder-to-shoulder rotations, as we've seen time and time again, which could land them up in a very precarious situation here, because many of the teams, unfortunately, have faltered at that exact point. When they're trying to take those car rotations, as a team gets out, sets themselves up, and just starts, throwing a couple of shots at some flying cars, and they start to get lucky. But ultimately, the only teams I'm really worried about, as we saw, was Slimefork AT and Intruders right next to each other. Team Unique, also a team very split up. I mean, you've got one of the members of Team Unique, which I believe is Cycle or Strike. They're right in between 1 million and Intruders, still having to make a rotation through to meet up with the rest of the team, and the rest of the Unique right next to both Masters Esports and G3 Tempo, who, as we know, G3 Tempo, one of the other teams that, as soon as we see them on Miramar, they just absolutely have a field day. Whether or not that's going to come to fruition here on the last game of the day, I'm not sure. But I think they would definitely be keen to, get as close as possible to that Cryptics scoreline as they possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, we could maybe see a few changes coming in at the top of the leaderboard, but I mean, I'm going to be focusing down towards the lower end, because top 16 is where it's at. I mean, next level, yes, they are relatively secure in their position. They don't have much to really be stressing about. And I'm loving the visuals we are receiving right here. Very scenic approach. So refreshing.
Beautiful.
What a segue that was to just hop on over towards the players here from Blackjack Esports, who also find themselves positioned up in towards Los Leones. Next level, of course, just a little bit over on towards that western side. We got YONKOUS over to the southwest, and then of course we got Joker and the rest of the team positioned a little bit further down to the south as well. So a few teams currently up in Los Leones, but that mass migration now coming through on towards the northern side. We see a lot of teams actually rotating along that eastern coastline. So Myth on the way. We got the players there from Zero Tolerance also starting to make their own approach. And there's several teams just starting to pile up, one after the other, coming in from those positions there. But, I mean, G3 and the players there from the side of the Masters, they've got a very comfortable rotational path into zone, right? No obstructions really up ahead of them. They can just casually stroll
Peaceful.
on through. Yeah, but, I mean, if we look over on towards the eastern side, things are not looking as comfortable. Because once they move in and they get a position within zone, they need to be careful, because a little bit further up ahead, because several teams positioned and situated on those outlying regions of Los Leones.
Absolutely, and this is what we were talking about. Those contentions, those shoulder-to-shoulder rotations, is really where we see a lot of teams finding their faults and finding, unfortunately, getting sent back to the lobby. A prime example here is if, Hemo from Intruders was set up and waiting for some of those rotations, which he very easily could have. Lord could have been finding themselves back in the lobby, waiting and unfortunately out for the count, which we found a lot of teams, especially like Team Unique, have unfortunately been at least suffering to. So I'm a little bit worried with those rotations coming through, especially Team Myth, very, very close to Blackjack Esports. And just towards the southern side, we've got SWAT 69. And as I was saying that, Zero Tolerance, be careful with those rotations. There's some Intruders lurking around. But I like what I'm seeing so far. A lot of the teams choosing to take that northern side closer to San Martin and maybe going down towards Power Grid, maybe ending up there by Picado. So a little bit safer. It's just still that eastern side where Myths and Unique, Zero Tolerance, and Intruders are, it doesn't look great.
It's going to be challenging, whichever way you spin it. But of course, the teams are still making their plays for the zone itself. We do see the players there from Triple and Virtual Gaming once again finding themselves up in Chumasera. But I do believe this time around they are going to be a little bit more cautious of their surroundings, as we did see. When the zone went into that direction in the previous Miramar, the players there from Cryptics just went to absolute town. But now, this is where the next zone pop is going to be quite essential for these teams. And, it moves towards Minas del Sur, Los Higos, Minas del Val, Val del Mar, I mean, these are positions we don't see being playable all too often. And also a few engagements there as we have the players from Unique and Myths now fighting it out. You can see those hits making their way back and forth. And it does seem like Slyke is, so far, relatively successful. But of course, there we go. Ramsey now getting hit by the side of Intruder. It's a little bit of a third party stepping up into the mix there. Brody trying to make a play, but a Winky popping off, going crazy, picking up Brody along the way. And now it all turns to poor old Farouk to try and make a play, but it's going to be a really tough one. But a good start to the match here for the side of Team Unique.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it because they're one of the teams that we've often found themselves, unfortunately, with these rotations, finding not the best of luck. And this time around, they have turned that on its head, looking this time to get a little bit of revenge onto Intruders and pick up some of those points. And once again, Winky dealing the absolute insane amount of damage, as we've seen her do before, especially yesterday. I feel like we many times had to say, wow, okay, we're looking at damage here. So beautiful work coming through from Team Unique. Loving what I'm seeing. And again, just for many of these teams, getting a good start on this last day of league play might just help them with that mental game going into Super Weekend. Yes, it's going to be a completely different ball game. It's going to be a completely different matchup with teams finally showing a little bit more of their cards. But any sort of advantage they can take through to the first Super Weekend is absolutely going to be a plus for them, and they won't fault themselves for putting in that little bit of extra effort, maybe trying a few things out. Rotations now, talking about it, as you said, not really positions we often see. Los Higos, Menestel. So we don't see teams drop there ever. Depending on where that zone is going to pull, if it's going to go towards that southern part, towards maybe Los Higos, or maybe a little bit more to the western side, that's going to be a fun rotation, DK. That's going to be a fantastic rotation for some of these teams.
Oh yes, it is going to be so much fun. I mean, I can just imagine them like getting super hyped and everything. It's like, yay, here we go.
Excited, yay.
Yeah, probably not. But either way, the players here from 1 million could be feeling a little bit on the excited end themselves, as they are finding themselves in a fight here with YONKOUS. And Raf now steps up, finding a beautiful spray down. Great opportunity, great angle there. But also, I mean, YONKOUS, they need to play this one quite carefully, right? They are, they are relatively secured with regards to points, right? But still, you can't let anything slide just yet. 1 million, on the other hand, this is going to be an absolutely essential engagement for them. Yes, they've already lost one of their players, but now they need to bounce back from that, right? And speaking about bouncing, Knight might actually send a beautiful bounce in with that nade. As you can see, the players here from YONKOUS now getting ready to rotate out. Oh, Raf might be on the receiving side of a nice nade. Oh, Knight not getting all the way across with it just yet. But of course, now this is where they need to maybe not look to overextend themselves. And another team that we see also going at it is going to be Zero Tolerance on the side here of Intruder. Now, Zero Tolerance, yes, secured with 41 points for the time being, but is it going to be enough? Intruder still having to bring in those points, only 5 points separating these two teams. And so far, it does seem like Zero Tolerance, yep, they look to close it out, and they did indeed. So ending the advances there for the side of the players from Intruder, sending them back empty-handed, as they had no elims or placement points coming out in their favor. But, well, now it comes down to the rest of the lobby, right? Now they've got to try and reposition, relocate, and look at this. 1 million so far, turning the tables on YONKOUS.
Designated driver.
Nice, there we go. Flex now stepping up with a beautiful play coming through with the vehicle there. But look at this now, Lewis having to try and defend the honor for the team. It is going to be Flex up against Lewis, not unless they can pull off those reses. But it does seem like Lewis is trying to maybe just deal some devastating hits into the side here of 1 million, trying to halt any of those potential reses coming through. Because I know if Lewis allows that to happen, oh, it's going to be outnumbered. But it's no need even for that, as we do see Flex now just flexing it up, putting a stop to the advances there for the side of YONKOUS, and with that picking up some very much needed points.
And turning our attention to Blackjack Esports and Super Young Stars, who are doing the same thing, trying to pick up eliminations here and get closer and closer to a point where they can relax in terms of placement points. But Lashin coming through with a long shot, taking down Blackjack Esports for good confirmation in, and now teams finding themselves in potential placement points here as we go up to that 13th spot. Still one more team that needs to drop, but we're getting closer and closer to it, and the teams are still making rotations through. Does seem that zone pulling up a little bit closer towards the mainland, not really having to worry about those spots that we were talking about that teams don't really work with often. So a little bit more of familiar territory that they can use this time around. But again, shoulder to shoulder rotations. Team Unique, one of the teams, that we said were doing pretty well, still in zone, still trying to find a way into safety. And they might be going right past Zero Tolerance, who are just setting up and on the heels of Super Young Stars here. But in the vehicles they go. So for now, I think we should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a relatively quick rotation coming through. As you can see, Zero Tolerance, Team Unique now. Both teams looking to advance their way back up into the zone, but it is going to be a little bit of a fight coming through. As we can see, Scope now getting hit as they try to push on up. Will they be able to land any necessary hits along the way? Of course, you do know the players there from Team Zero Tolerance coming into this match sitting on 41 points, tied with Team Unique. So this is going to be the deciding play. Who will be the one moving their way past those 41 points already? As we can see, Unique, they've been able to find 4 elims along the way. Zero Tolerance also sitting on 4, so they are pretty tied up, even though they've had quite a nice run with regards to those elims. But look at this, Zero Tolerance, 2 players up. Unique, 2 players up. They are still tied with that. Down goes Phantom. All right, come on. Zero Tolerance trying to make a play. Skydo gets sent away. So the first one down for the count. The blue zone being absolutely devastating for them. Having a quick play come through there, Zero Tolerance. Now sitting on only 2 remaining players. But now we also have Unique starting to lose players left, right, and center. And of course, Next Level also going to be hanging around. Team Unique now getting sent on back. So with that, it is the end of their play in the league play here for the first week. Of course, the players here from Slime 4KT going to be looking to just make sure that they can finish strong in this match. Yes, they don't have to worry about points, but they still, can put up a bit of a fight. Next Level, also one of the teams not really in a dire position, but Zero Tolerance, just over on towards that southern side, still have to try and lock in the position. Of course, we do see the updated leaderboard coming in at the top of the screen, so we'll see if there's any major changes coming through. But for the time being, we have Boyka up in the north, just slowly tapping away, trying to add their 2 cents into the fight happening between the players here from Slime and, of course, Next Level.
Absolutely insanity that is happening because so many of the teams still having to make their rotations in. I'm looking at Masters Esports just pulling up right alongside Virtual Gaming, and of course Next Level still in this fight here with Slime 4KT trying to gatekeep them out of the zone. They're going to be the entryway that Slime 4KT have to take, and they're on the bike just trying to avoid a law, but they find one connection looking for the next. Plaza goes down, and Slime 4KT not feeling too great as they get sent back to the lobby. As we take a look at it, 11 teams left, but now Next Level having to turn their attention to all of the other teams that are looking to get a piece of the action here. One such team could be Virtual Gaming, looking at 1 million and thinking that could be a good set of eliminations we can add to our tally. But 1 million Esports, they've just come off of the bat of a fantastic team elimination, 4 eliminations to their name, and they are looking for anything and everything else. Playzone also making a huge impact, taking out Hates and looking for anyone else. Huge nade coming through there from Virtual Gaming, and that might be the end of 1 million Esports as we take a look at it. 1 team remaining. Petrox getting taken down immediately. Absolute chaos as all of the teams are looking for those third parties. Masters Esports especially have just rolled up, and Lusail is just on the heels to get involved.
Yeah, Masters Esports also still finding themselves in a little bit of a danger zone. But, like the teams, I said this was going to be a hot match. This was just absolutely insane. The teams all stepping up to the plate. And, of course, we are down to our final 9 teams. Masters looking to bring in even more points. Players there from Virtual Gaming coming into the match, sitting on 33 points. They're going to have to really try and make sure they can last as long as they possibly can. Currently, from what we see, they're sitting on 35, but I'm pretty sure it's a little bit more than that. Not quite sure how much, but we'll find out exactly a little bit later on. Well, yeah, it does seem accurate for the time being. Of course, they've got 2 limbs to their name. well, including the position they find themselves in within the top 10, they do have a few additional placement points accompanying that. But now it's going to be a fight. You can see Virtual Gaming getting absolutely demolished as the shots continue to fly in that zone, shifting up once again, moving a little bit further on towards the western side. So not really allowing much movement for the teams, as we do see. The north is where the fight is at. Watson now taking a few hits along the way, but curious to see what G3 and SWAT 69 are going to bring, rotating up from that southern side. Meanwhile, Watson will get knocked right on down as Sin continues to tap away. But look at that drop now, also in the approach, trying to pick up a few cheeky shots onto Sin. But look at that, an absolutely masterful play coming through there from Sin. Oh, a little bit too cheeky. Wanted now just tapping away. We see them now continue to push on through. Zeus also just holding on for dear life, trying to stay alive as long as they possibly can. The next zone getting ready to move up once again. We've got 3 solos spread throughout the map. They're coming in for SWAT 69 Mist, as well as the players there from Virtual. Let's see Zeus maybe about to go toe-to-toe here with Wanted. Band still holding on to these angles. I mean, I don't want to be Virtual Gaming in this position. A really tough sandwich to get caught up into. But of course, the players there from Super Young Stars, SWAT 69, Myth, as well as the players there from Next Level and G3, starting to advance up from that southern side. The players there from Triple Esports also having to still cross over in towards the zone. But up comes the blue zone, not leaving them with much options, as they now have to push forward. And with that, Virtual Gaming are sent into the lobby. 2 points to their name. Is it going to be enough? We don't know just yet, but we'll have to stay tuned to find out what is going to unfold on the screen here. But look at that. Such a warm welcome coming in there as the players from Triple move over towards Masters.
Yeah, Masters Esports not feeling too great. So many nades being flown right past their face. I'm tripping over my words, but Triple Esports coming through to get those confirmations. And Team Masters, unfortunately, might be sent right back to the lobby, depending on what Band can do in the situation. As the solo, the remaining player here for Masters Esports, talking about Super Young Stars, look at what they're picking up here with Next Level, going down unknown now, soloing. Trying to find T'Challa, trying to find some sort of an option here to get back into this, but they have to go through an absolute whirlwind of damage, and that nade might be perfect right past. Gonna just miss unknown, and Gaddafi is still up, but for how much longer? Taking a look at that zone, of course, Super Young Stars in a prime position here to hold the line. Myth with that solo, probably not going to get involved just yet. Looking to stay quiet and looking to stay in this one. Ooh, Kronbike, a little bit high on that nade. Not going to quite yet make the connection, but Farouk, look at this. Perfect line of vision to Next Level. Could be the thorn in their side. And just up on the hill, Lusail is going to come on through. So time is of the essence here as G3 Temper take out almost the remnants there of Triple Esports, who are still in this, but for how much longer? Everyone now dropping like flies, and once again, that zone favoring Super Young Stars as they pull towards the one remaining compound that is in full control of Super Young Stars, who are looking very, very good for this one, DK.
Yeah, they're looking quite comfortable, but of course, our team's currently situated in 2nd and 3rd place on the overall leaderboard for the league play here. Still situated, still alive. We've got Lusail tapping away from that far northern side, coming in with a quick rush. We can see those advances coming in on the mini-map, and up they come, looking to crash the party right on towards the Super Young Stars. But Convoy, quick to react there, as we do see the phase here now from G3, also looking to apply their own pressure. Buden comes pushing on forward, 5 elims to their name. Super Young Stars also currently rocking it out on those 5 elims, but look at that. We've got 7 elims now coming in for the players there from, I believe that is Lusail. Yeah, is it the case, man? This is just crazy. I mean, look at this. Look at this. The team's all huddling up here, trying to see what they can do. Like, how much chaos can they bring on through? And with that, G3 sends the players there from the Super Young Stars right back over into the lobby. But of course, down to 5 we are. Miss Farok holding on just on the edge of zone. Nacho cooking up some hot tamales there, sends it out. Oh, so close to Gaddafi and unknown. Will it be able to reach across? Up it comes. Is it going to be the one? Yes! Picks up one. Down goes Gaddafi. It is now up to Unknown. Up comes the next one. The Molly not really finding the point just yet. But here we go. Nacho not going to be waiting around. He wants his cheese on top. He's going to go out and get it for himself. Also, while still trying to keep a very watchful eye towards that drop box. But, I mean, Farok, he's just positioned. He's just chilling. He doesn't have a worry in the world. But look at that. Good defensive players. Lusail now sets up some dominating positions. Are they going to be able to close it out? Next level gets sent away down to 4. We go. Lusail looking quite low on the health bars. Boyka holding on for dear life. Up comes a quick rush now from the side of Myths, and down they go. 3 teams remain. G3 still up now with 3 players. Triple Esports rocking a full squad as they look to advance forward. Lusail sitting on 1. Up comes the spray down. Down goes Boyka with that. Lusail have to pack their bags. And it is now down to Triple Esports and, of course, the players here from G3 to see who will be the team to claim the final chicken in the league play. But, well, it's going to be a beautiful fight between both of them.
Absolutely, and Triple Esports running with a full squad, and absolutely crucial for them as they find themselves in 19th place. This could be the determiner. This could be their opener into the first Super Weekend. So, of course, you can bet everything on this fight for them. They want this. They need this. Now, Six God throwing a couple of monies there, trying to find just the heels of Master, but avoiding it for the time being. Same can be said here. Triple Esports prepping those nades, throwing them through. They need that information. Where's Flacco? Where's Nacho? Where's Six God? Taking a look at the high rise here. Six God walking around the smoke, trying to prep a perfect nade and in a perfect position to do so. Might be able to connect it. Blowing close all the way to Masters, but it's not going to get there. Now, this is the issue. G3 Temper have the ability to hold this building. They are center zone. It's Triple Esports that have to be the proactive ones. They have to take the approach to G3 Temper. They have to take the aggression to their doorstep, and they're not quite yet finding an entryway to do this. You can see Flacco with a beautiful position there. Beautiful spot onto Thor. It's going to come down to timing here. Just trying to find an angle, spotting it out, going for the jump, and not quite yet making the connection, but giving away the information. You can see Master and AW taking that opportunity now to push on through. They want to find Six God, they want to find Flacco, but where is Nacho holding the line? There's the connection coming through. Thor going down. Flacco making this even Steven. 3-3. Master going down as well. Nacho making a play here for G3 Temp, and all of a sudden it's falling apart here for Triple Esports. Frommer and AWM now left alive to take on the fray against G3 Temper.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big one though for Triple, right? Oh, because it's going to be the deciding one whether or not they walk away with 14 points on the board or whether or not they walk away with 17 points. But so far, G3, they want to close it off on a really strong finisher. 14 elums to their name up against one final player, and with that, G3 step up, claiming the final chicken dinner in our first week of league play. What a way to close it out. And of course, with that, G3 also just flexing a bit, you know, showing us who they are. They've already had such beautiful success coming in on Miramar, and another very successful performance coming in there for them. But of course, the players there from Triple Esports, as we know, they were trying to secure themselves a slot in that top 16. So a really well-deserved performance coming in there from them, surviving all the way up into the final 2 teams. But unfortunately, things didn't work out all too great for them. But still, they walk away with those 12 placement points and the Elam points to accompany that. But is that going to be enough for them to move up and above the teams ahead of them? Because starting out the match, we saw them positioned all the way down in 19th place, right? So it's a little bit of a worrying spot, but I do believe that they might have been able. We don't know how much just yet. We'll have 100% confirmation once we see it on screen. Then we know what the situation is, but a really strong effort being put forth there by the players from Triple Esports. And, you know, this is the exciting part, because now we get to see which teams are going to be moving through to our first Super Weekend. And what makes it so exciting is, aside from the insanity that we had happening in league play just now, right, moving into Super Weekend, the points are reset. They go right back to 0. Only the points being acquired during Super Weekend, those are the only points that matter, because those points determine who will be moving through to the finals. And also, as we said before, the chicken dinners in league on the Super Weekend is a special kind of chicken because there's a prize attached to that. The teams are awarded an extra bit of money for acquiring those winner chicken dinners. So definitely curious to see how that is going to unfold. But of course, for today, it has been absolutely fantastic PUBG once again. Cryptics coming in with those runaway performances. And right here now on Miramar, the team's having, as you said, a little bit of a breather, not having to worry about Cryptics coming around the corner. So we did see them now stepping up and really flourishing as they made their way on the battlefield.
Yeah, look, it was close for a few of the teams, and then Cryptics came through and decided, you know what, we're gonna make the flex our own. So I'm definitely not worried about Cryptics. I'm worried about those 12 to 20 positions. Like you said, Triple Esports finding themselves in 19 could make a huge jump going forward. But who are they going to knock out as a result? Some of the other teams that may not have had an opportunity to play now, maybe they find themselves in the danger zone, maybe not. Depending on how that's going to go, we will see a very different set of teams going into the first Super Weekend. And as you said, those are the only points that count, and they're going to be reset from this first weekend. And how they're going to start? Well, who's going to get into the first one? We're going to have to find out when we see the rankings later on.
Yeah, but of course, we are going to be having a quick look at a few of those highlights of the past match just to remind you of what a beautiful set of PUBG it was. So enjoy the highlights. And there we have it. As you can see, some absolutely beautiful plays coming through there once again. I mean, the final Miramar really being pretty hard, which I think is quite suiting, quite fitting, seeing that it is over in the desert. So, the desert. There we go. That sounds more English. But either way, some pretty impressive plays coming through nonetheless. Again, big shout out going to the players there from Triple Esports for holding their own all the way through into that final zone, bumping heads with the players there from G3, and of course securing themselves a few much needed points. But this is now the point which we've been waiting for. First up, we're going to be having a look at those match rankings to see how many points they were able to bring in, and then we're going to be looking at the overall standings to see how that then reflects over on to the points and who are going to be those teams moving through into that first Super Weekend.
Absolutely. And for those of you watching at home, again, if you want to join the conversation, tell us who you think is actually going to be taking it through, or who you think in the Super Weekend, once we see those overall rankings, is going to take the most points, is going to get the most winner chicken dinners, those very special winner chicken dinners. Then head on over to Instagram and Facebook and let us know on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. We want to hear your opinions. We also want to hear what you think, we should be keeping our eye on. Who's going to be the next team?
Yeah. We won't know just yet, but tell us what your thoughts are on that. And of course, well, let's hop on over into the rankings to see what the point situation was, how many points the teams were able to bring in. Of course, we do see G3 Temper dropping a lovely 30 bomb right there, with the players from the side of Lusail coming in on 18 points. Of course, Triple Esports bringing in 14 points, as we said. very much needed there for them if they are looking to potentially be one of the top 16 teams moving through into that next stage, which will, of course, be the Super Weekend. And here we have, of course, also then the players from Next Level bringing in their 12 points. Team Mist coming in with 11. Super Young Stars over on 9. Zero Tolerance, 8. 1 million on 5. So again, some pretty impressive elimination numbers on the screen right here. I mean, G3 closing it off so beautifully in this final match of the league play here for our first week. But we also got to look at that second page to see what the teams were able to bring in, what the situation is. I mean, again, this was a really tough match. The team's really running into some pretty tough opposition, but that is what we love to see. Of course, the players there from Unique, no placement points, but 5 elims being brought through. Masters on 2 elims, 4 points in total. Virtual on their 3. And then, of course, Blackjack and Intruder finding themselves there, as we can see, with those big fat bubbles. But if I was a team like Intruder, for instance, this is where I would be a little bit worried, because we know coming into this match, Intruder was sitting on 36 points, right? Now, were they secured enough to allow themselves that position up into the top 16, being one of the 16 teams moving through into the Super Weekend? Oh, we don't know just yet. We'll have to wait and see what the overall rankings will be bringing to the table. But I got to say, though, I mean, this first week, it has been pretty much neck and neck for a lot of the teams. Yes, I'm discounting the performance we saw coming through from the absolute insane team, which is known as Cryptics, right? 171 points. That's pure insanity. But of course, as we know also, we have to take a look and see where everyone else is at. All right, so the first 8 teams that we have is going to be Cryptics. We got G3 Temper now also moving up onto 107. So beautiful jump from the 77 they were on coming into this match. So what a way to close it off. Lusail, of course, on 103. So 3 teams finishing up the first week of league play on the century figures there. Of course, Umbra finishing strong on 72. We got Blackjack on 67. We got Next Level coming in on 65. Slime and Darkness sneaking it in there on a cheeky 64 apiece. But this is the page that we're going to be waiting for, the second page, right? This is the important one. This is where we get to see who's going to be our next 8 teams to join these 8 teams over on towards our first Super Weekend. But I mean, just having a look at the elimination points we have on screen, G3 Temper, Lusail, as well as the players there from Cryptics, some pretty impressive numbers. But of course, Cryptics almost sitting on double the amount of points that G3 was able to bring in. And of course, well, here we have our other 8 teams. It is going to be Team Mist coming in with a 60 points alongside YONKOUS on 50. We've got Zero Tolerance sitting on 49. Team Unique on 46. Super Young Stars on 45. The Masters on 41. And then, of course, we've got 1 million as well as Triple Esports. So that second place that Triple Esports was able to secure in this final showing on Miramar, it was enough for them to lock their position in to be one of the top 16 teams to progress through into our very first Super Weekend. And of course, you know, now it's time for that final page, we need to look and see who were the teams that just missed out on the opportunity. Of course, we know the points coming in was 38, and Virtual Gaming, Intruder, SWAT, and Mad Knight, they came so close.
Very close indeed. And I can absolutely guarantee that this weekend, this first Super Weekend, they're going to be the teams to watch the VODs and to sort of plan out what they're going to do coming through into the next week, because they need to rethink their strategy. They need to rethink how they're going to be qualifying for the next Super Weekend, because we need to start picking up the points to get into finals. We need to start picking up the opportunity to get those very spicy chickens coming through in the Super Weekend. So hopefully, as you said, for Intruder, for Virtual Gaming, SWAT 69, and Mad Knight, go back to the VODs. Let's rethink the strategies coming through into the next week, and we get prepped and ready for the first Super Weekend coming through.
Yeah. But what's going to be quite exciting is, you know, the 4 teams that are missing out on the first Super Weekend. That's the only thing they're missing out on, right? Just missing out on the opportunity to bring in points. But they actually still have quite a bit of an advantage here, because they can now sit back and come up with strategies. They can review these VODs. They can look at the performances of the teams that is still to come in the Super Weekend, but they also can look back at the league play to see, where things could have maybe have gone a little bit better and what they can work on. So they've actually got time to bring in those improvements, right? The teams going into Super Weekend, they are kind of forced to adapt right there on the spot. So being one of the 4 teams that's not necessarily making it through into the first Super Weekend, it's not the worst place to be. I mean, whichever place you are, it is still an absolute amazing privilege for these teams to be participating here. I mean, they've put in the hard work to make it up onto the stage. And of course, speaking about privileges, speaking about hard work, we also want to give a big shout out to our sponsors here, which is going to be Master Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League, as well as Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. And then, of course, a big shout out going over to Oppo for their lovely support with the Reno 6 series, being the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. But this only brings us now to the end of the league play, right? Next day is going to be Super Weekend, right? Now, league play is no indication of how these teams are going to be performing in the Super Weekend, right? Super Weekend is going to be an entirely different beast of its own. So expect teams to really change it up once they make their way up onto that battlefield. And I don't know about you guys, but I am super excited to see what these teams are going to be bringing in on the Super Weekend.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned perfectly, the teams haven't shown all their cards. I mean, the idea that Cryptics hasn't shown all of their cards and they still ran away with 170 plus points in league play. What are you waiting for in Super Weekend? You better tune in because it's going to be absolutely action-packed every single day as we see who's going to get the first step closer and closer to that final, to that opportunity to obviously also increase their little bag of prize monies, because every single winner chicken dinner you get on the Super Weekend is going to be an extra $500 that you just plonk on in there. So you better make sure you're going to come tune in because the action is just going to be unreal.
But of course, be sure to let us know your thoughts. Hit us up on the social medias. Be sure to head over onto Facebook as well as Instagram for the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa social medias. So hit us up. Let us know what your thoughts are. What do you think we are going to be seeing moving into this first Super Weekend? Give us your predictions. Who do you think is going to be the team to be the victors, crowned that pole position at the end of this first Super Weekend? Do you think it's going to be Cryptics, or could we see one of the other teams potentially stepping up to the plate? Let us know your thoughts, and we look forward to seeing all those predictions come through. But on that note, we are going to be ending it off here for tonight. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in for our first week of league play. We look forward to seeing you all back in the Super Weekend for even more insane PUBG Mobile action right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022.